Well, good evening. Welcome, everybody. Thank you all so much for coming out just to hang out with me and yeah, just just hang out with me. That's really all we're doing tonight. Glad you could all make it. First person I want to say hi to is, of course, my lovely co-host and wife and friend and partner, Netter of Netter's Network. Hey, Netter, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing awesome. How's my awesome husband doing tonight on his birthday?
I'm doing happy, I guess. Thanks for asking. So what you sipping on?
Oh, wow.
Oh, that sounds like a Professor Geek special to me.
It is. It's our Diet Dr. Pepper.
And I'm having mine just a little slightly Irished up. I got Diet Dr. Pepper myself, but I have indeed released the Kraken. Although sadly, this is the sad news of the night. It was the last of the Kraken, so I'm gonna have to enjoy it while I can. Let's go through the chat and say hi to everybody who's here. I see, of course, Auditor Dread. I put you up as well. Auditor Dread's no longer physically here. He said, "Hope you get all the Kraken and Star Wars vehicles you want this year." I'll tell you about my birthday present in just a second. But as I just mentioned, yes, I am drinking Kraken tonight. Wolf 10 Media is awesome for being here. Real quick, let me show you guys. I have, and it's just a cropped shot of it. Those of you in the Professor Geek group have already seen it, but let me, how do I do this? Edit audio avatar. This is the artwork that Wolfie did for me. I am so fired up about this. Let me go to, there we go. If you can see that, I really like that. Usually, and that's exactly the right forehead ridges too. I mean, he must have looked at the pictures I have online or something. And I kind of vacillate between wearing the wig and not wearing the wig, but I really like that. I just I feel very, very encouraged by that. Thank you so much, Wolfie. When it's colorized, I'll do the full thing on one of my streams so you guys can see it. He's got Netter up there with me and her Gintach spear made for her by Marak, my Klingon brother. Yeah, so thanks so much for that, man. I super appreciate that. Let's go through the rest of the stream here. We got let's see, Wolfie. We got of course Netter, Matthew Flynn, Matanui. Back to the drawing board. Aged Boomer, my Sunday study hall partner in crime, Sir Torrin Clegane.
Evelyn Hampton.
Evelyn Hampton. Did I say back to the drawing board? Melissa Harris. Uh, Oh, Sound Engraver, thank you so much for dropping in. Hey, so here's what I wanted to do tonight, guys. I said,
somebody, Skipper Kenner.
Oh, hey, Fuff, how you doing, man? Good to see you. So anyway, those of you that have mics that want to jump in, I've got the StreamYard link right there in the description here on the left-hand side. If you want to jump in, I'll cycle you in. I'm thinking if I cycle you in one at a time, if a bunch of you want to jump in, that would be awesome. If you just want to come in, say hi, whatever. If you are as sad as I am that my handle of Kraken is gone bye, and you want to help buy me another handle of Kraken, I dropped the PayPal link for Netter's shop, the Grot shop. If you want to, contribute to the Kraken fund, you don't have to. Please don't feel obligated. But I thought, my birthday. For those of you that want to, you totally can. So feel free.
Hi, Artificer Joni.
So here's how. Oh yeah. So you know what? Oh, hey, Artificer Joni. Thank you so much for being here. So Fuff is asking how the StreamYard thing works. If you just go to StreamYard, you log in, you put in your using that link that will take you directly to the link for tonight's stream. It'll ask you for the name you want to appear. So you put in, like in your case, Skipper Kenner or Stan or Fuff or whatever you want to put, Burger. put in, you can put in just the generic empty, circle or whatever icon you want to use, or if you want to turn on a camera. Don't recommend it for you personally, but
That's me.
but for someone like Sound Engraver, maybe she'd want to go on camera or whatever. Prof Geek is in the house. Thanks so much for being here, man. Yeah, Prof sent me a gift certificate for StarTrek.com, and what's nice is they have a way you can sort it so it's just the Klingon stuff. So seriously, I'm not sure what I'm going to get, but I was seriously looking at, they got some Klingon stemless glasses, and you can even get your name on it. Thought about that. I'm looking at that, maybe. But I mean, it would just be adding to my collection of Klingon glassware, because I have quite a bit that I got from a Dar master in our group. He kind of decided he needed to liquidate some of his kit, so he got rid of his Klingon glassware, and I picked all that up. And a couple of shot glasses that a personal friend literally made for me. He does etching, and I don't know what's involved in that, but I thought it was pretty darn cool. Oh, Daniel Heron. Oh, I was just going through all of my, I haven't replied to all the comments on all of my videos, but what I have done is I've gone back and at least read them and clicked the like, just to let you know that I've read it. I'm seeing all of these from Daniel Heron. Oh, I'm so tired tonight. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it to the stream. I'm like, this poor guy needs to get some sleep. But I think you're doing just fine, because your Wednesday night show is a whole lot of fun. Big Al presents.
Hey, Big Al.
Oh.
And he said it in Klingon.
No. Big Al, thank you so much. That is you have honored me. I super appreciate that. But yeah. So this is the big one for me, guys. I'm just letting you know. I have absolutely no, I don't know which is it, pride or humility. I don't know which applies here, but I have no problem sharing with you guys. This is the big 5-0 for me. I've been on this rock for half a century, and I don't know what that means, but I'm here. So.
And to that I say, been there, done that.
Yeah, she's been there, done that. I know. So is Big Al. So is Skipper Kenner. So has Evelyn Hampton. Hope you guys don't mind me calling you out. All the rest of y'all are pretty much youngsters, from what I can gather from what I've seen in the streams. But hey, you know what? That's cool. I like that. I like the fact this community spans such a wide range. You got someone like me and Netter and Al, who remember when Star Wars was first released, literally went to the theaters and saw it when it was first there. I even saw it in its first release at the drive-in. Got some great stories about that too. And then there's some of you guys that weren't around yet when Star Wars was first released. And so this is, you caught it later, on maybe VHS or something like that. So that's cool. Leia plus size. Oh, thank you so much for coming out. Just to fill in all of you guys, Big Al, Prof, anybody who's interested, I have the StreamYard link right there in the description. Anyone that wants to come in and say hi, by all means, feel free to do so. Matanui, I know you recently, weren't you someone that said that you just recently got a microphone and we're looking to try it out? Feel free to jump in if you're interested. But yeah, so it's been a heck of a year, hasn't it? 2020, we all make jokes about it, but it's not really necessarily shaping up to be a better 2021. I don't know what I'm looking forward to. 50 years, I look back and I'm like, it's been a good 50 years, but I'm a little worried about what the next 50 is going to be. It's going to be bringing. I'm
Hi, Green Lion Girl.
Trepidatious. Hey, Green Lion Girl, how you doing? Good to see you.
You know, we got 14 thumbs up with 20 people watching. Can we get those other 6 thumbs up?
Yeah, come on, encourage
birthday
me.
thumbs.
That's
Give 'em birthday thumbs.
a free way to encourage me on my birthday.
And actually, I want to thank Leah Plus Size because she became my 60th subscription.
60.
And I have 60.
Jedi Master Zootopia in the house. How you doing, Jedi Master Zootopia?
I am doing great. How are you doing?
I am doing very well. Thank you so much. How you doing?
I think that today's been great. I think that wishing you a happy birthday has made my day. So you've brought me a lot of good conversations and fun streaming the last few months, and I've enjoyed listening to you and Netter and everybody on Professor Geek's Network.
Yeah. How you feel about? I've been hearing some good things about what?
Everyone says you're muffled.
Am I muffled? Oh, I'm sorry. And let me take the sponge off of this. I do have a new mic on the way, so we will be sounding better in the future, I suspect. Wolfie is in queue. I'll bring you in a little bit. Let me chat with Jedi Master Zootopia for a while.
In the meantime, is the sound better, Evelyn?
Yeah, Evelyn, let us know if the sound is any better with the little spit guard taken off. Should I be calling you Jedi Master Zootopia, or should I call you JM? Are you getting all cool on us?
I don't know how cool I am. Feel free to call me Z. All my friends call me Z.
Okay, Z. Okay, that's awesome. So I don't think I've ever asked you this before. What part of the country are you in?
I live in the lovely state of Indiana in Indianapolis.
Oh, so you're like a local boy here.
Actually, I grew up in, if you're familiar with Northwest Indiana, Michigan City, Indiana. I was born and raised there. So pretty much all my TV and everything and all my influences came from Chicago.
Yeah. So you kind of grew up with Rich Coes, with Svengoolie and all that. And so when I make a reference to family classics or something like that, you know what I'm talking about.
I absolutely loved family classics as a kid. It's where my it's where my love of Adventures of Robin Hood came from. Abbott Costello,
right? Just like I was talking about specifically on the rewatch on Al's channel. I was talking about that.
Absolutely. I mean, it always came on Saturday afternoon after cartoons. And so, whenever you got all that snow in the winter, you were stuck inside.
Yes, absolutely. And see the people I think about as I'm talking about Svengoolie or family classics, I think of Skipper Kenner, who's in queue as Fuffy. I see you there. You're on camera. I can see you, dude. I'll get to you in a minute. And Evelyn, I know you guys know what I'm talking about. And we've been enjoying Svengoolie going all the way back to what would you say, the 80s? Must have been about the 80s.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. Svengoolie was awesome. I just loved it. It was my first introduction to the rubber chicken. And
back when he was the son of Svengoolie, right?
Yes.
And so everybody else is just getting him now. And it's like, oh, you've missed a lot of pretty incredible stuff. Great memories. I remember when he did the Creature from the Black Lagoon, and he broadcast it in black and white. Or not, it was of course in black and white, but it was in 3D, so it had the blue and red color.
Yeah, I think I remember that because I don't think I had the 3D glasses, and I think I was really upset about that.
Oh, and thank you. I want to say thank you so much now to Aged Boomer. He just bought me my next handle of Kraken. So the next stream that I'm on that I get a little bit loopy, you can blame him for that. So Jedi Master Zootopia, Z, my good friend. So here I am talking to you on you're on mic and everything. Do you stream? Do you have a channel? I've never actually jumped on and checked for you.
I don't.
Go ahead, plug yourself a little bit.
I don't have my own stream. I'm not online. I'm a little technologically challenged. So I've never done the deep dive. I mostly got into. I really didn't get into YouTube and listen to podcasts and all that stuff until I heard Midnight's Edge a couple of years ago, and I just loved.
Yeah.
And so and actually, I think the first time, in fact, I know.
So
the
why
first
do you
time
even bother listening to me at all? If you're listening to Midnight's Edge, you've already got all those. You don't even need to listen to the Troyster.
that is true. I think the first time I heard of Professor Geek was hearing Rob just rave about Professor Geek, and then that's when I went over and
Awesome.
checked
That's
him.
good. That's
Then-
good stuff. Yeah.
That's led me into you and Big Al and Netter and everybody else. And
super appreciate it. Yeah. Well, that's, I don't know. I think if nothing else, that's part of this community too, is just promoting everybody. And now would be a perfect time for me to just put Fuff on camera because he's like digging for something. And okay, he's distracting me. That's what he does. Sorry, man. And I've had a little bit to drink. It's my birthday, for crying out loud. I'm having some fun here. But and he's talking, and we can't hear him. But he's doing a John Candy thing. I'll get to him in a minute. I got to give you your time, though, Z. Sorry, man. Yeah, that's one of the things I love about this channel. And that's why I love the fact that Netter made up a Facebook group just so you could post and just say, hey, come subscribe to me and watch my channel. And hey, I'm going live, or I got a stream planned for next week or whatever. I've seen a lot of channels just starting to blossom. I don't know. I'd love to hear some feedback from someone like Sound Engraver, because I know that she's gotten a lot of viewership ever since she kind of came into the community and whatnot. And but yeah, I mean, I think I'd love to hear some, especially I'd love to know where the name Jedi Masters Utopia comes from. There's got to be a story behind that.
Well, I mean, my two big influences growing up were Star Wars and Spider-Man. So
Nice.
if I could be Spider-Man with a lightsaber, I think I'd be about the happiest person who ever lived.
Sounds like a fan film in the making, my friend.
It could be, but I loved Luke Skywalker. I mean, if you asked me to pick my favorite Star Wars scene, it would be him looking up at the two suns. That just hits me. I'm like, I know exactly what he's like. I know exactly how he's feeling, and so being a Jedi Master is just something I always wanted to do. And my last name starts with Z, and so my friends have always called me Z, and I try to keep kind of a positive attitude about everything. So instead of Utopia, it's Zetopia.
I dig it. I see where you're coming from. So did you see that Mandalorian reveal with Skywalker there?
I did. I am in a deep like with the Mandalorian, not a love.
Yeah. Well, it's not perfect. It's not perfect.
Yeah, everybody's talking about these two factions in Star Wars.
Yep.
Both of them I think both of them are going to survive for a long time, unfortunately.
Yeah. No, this is like the Titanic. This is a big ship with a small pin. It takes a long time to make that big turn.
Well, I just see with streaming, they need content in order to get new people. And
and Disney knows what they're doing.
They're
bringing it in. Well, we'll be talking a lot more about this on Sunday for sure. In fact, I see Aged Boomers in the queue. I'm going to be bringing him up shortly, and we'll be talking about that. The reason that I ask you about this, though, I know it seems like it's kind of left field to everybody else, but you mentioned Luke Skywalker, and I don't know what you think. I'd love to know what you think. But I thought it looked a little plastic, a little off on the CG, but I did feel like they got some of that Luke Skywalker nuance. When he like looks over Grogu and kind of gives him a little bit of a wink. It's like, yeah, they had Mark Hamill involved in it. And sure enough, we find out later, yeah, Mark Hamill was definitely there, definitely provided the facial acting, I suppose, for lack of a better term, for exactly those scenes,
Well, what I think they got right is, to me, a Jedi projects calmness, self-assuredness, and just this feeling that everything's going to be okay. I'm here. Everything's going to be okay. And they captured that very well.
Yeah.
When he pulls back the hood, it was just like, yeah, everything's going to be okay. Luke's here.
It's
And they captured that.
yeah, it's Boomer's show on Sunday, but if he lets me, I'm going to talk a little bit more about some of these things that I've seen. And I really do feel like I don't even think they're Easter eggs. I don't even think it's subtle. I think the people doing The Mandalorian are sending messages to us saying, yeah, when they say this is the way, they literally mean this is the way to make Star Wars. This is the way to fix it. This is the way to bring it back. Boomer, I'm sorry if I'm jumping the gun on you, but just to give a little taste for Sunday, one of the things I want to bring up is it's one of the things I'm hearing is that the Kathleen Kennedy camp didn't even know about the Luke Skywalker bit. They were completely taken by surprise, and I'm like, yeah, that's the way you wage a Star Wars. That's nice. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean that was, and I think that they handled it well, or as well as they could. I just remember sitting there in the theater watching The Last Jedi.
Yeah.
And when he says, kill the past,
Yeah.
kill it if you have to, and I took that personally. I felt that they were telling that to me.
Yeah, there is a lot of things in Star Wars that is directly, it's Ryan Johnson and Kathleen Kennedy and them speaking directly to the fans,
Yeah.
And so I kind of feel like I'm seeing a lot of that from Favreau and Filoni too. They're talking to the fans saying, "Don't worry, we got your back, guys."
I do not think it was a mistake that they named that last episode The Rescue.
Yup. You're not the only one who has said that. I heard the Midnight's Edge guys talk about that too. Hey, I don't know if Professor Geek is still in the stream or whatever, but I hope you're listening, because you hear you're going to hear some of your people jumping in tonight, and I know you see everybody in the stream, typing and whatnot, but you get to hear their voices tonight. So I think that might be kind of a cool thing.
You got a bunch of people waiting.
I know, I'm getting to them, and that's what I was just going to say. Z, I'm going to go ahead and bump you, and I'm going to bring Wolfie in here. Okay.
Absolutely.
I thank you so much for coming out and wishing me a happy birthday today. You are the bee's knees, man. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. You have a good night.
Take it easy. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And
did you just say he was the bee's knees?
I said he was the bee's knees. I said that.
Okay.
I did say that. I did that intentionally. Hey, Wolfie, how you doing? Woo!
Oh,
There you go.
Spacey Wolf Squadron.
You know
Wolf
your
Commander
stuff,
Wolf
man.
10. I am your werewolf. Happy birthday, Troy Pacelli. Hello, Ma Pacelli.
Hi, sweetie.
You are good people. Thank you so much for being here. How you doing tonight, my friend?
I'm doing great. Having a good evening. My wife has made me a lovely dinner tonight. She had fish and fries for me tonight.
My wife made me my special birthday dinner tonight, Italian gnocchi, and this was the first time she ever made it, and she did it perfectly. It was just excellent. My mom used to make those.
What's all about the dessert?
Yeah,
That
I was
sounds
getting to that. I was getting to that. So I didn't have a birthday cake, everybody. My wife made me, in the spirit of Twin Peaks, a cherry pie. Oh, and it was the best cherry pie she has ever made me. The crust was perfect.
Stop it.
Yeah,
You're gonna make me hungry again. You're gonna make me hungry again. I can almost smell the pie. I can almost taste the pie as you're describing it.
And I'll tell you,
need to write some stories.
I normally don't have it with whipped cream, but she brought it to me with whipped cream, and it was really pretty darn good. I really, really liked it. She's awesome. So, you know what, guys? I have not shared with y'all what my birthday gift was. Netter gave me my birthday gift.
Okay.
And you know those commercials where they say, he went to Jared. Netter went to DeJarek. She bought me the DeJarek table from the Midnight's Edge Disney store.
Oh,
She got
nice.
me, yeah, the holographic chessboard. Now it's not obviously holographic; it's a wooden board with the pieces. But I did the thing that I do. Not I haven't learned, after you know more than a quarter of a century of marriage, going on 30 years here. Uh,
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I don't even realize, right, that she all I have to do is say, "Oh, I'm never going to get this thing. It's been out there, it's no longer available, and now it's way too expensive." Just like she did with the sail barge, Jabba's sail barge, right? She goes
Oh,
online, she finds it, and I said, "Oh my gosh, how much did this cost?" She says, "It was under 100. Don't worry about it." I'm like, "Oh man." And then I start looking at it going, "Hey, you know what I could do? If I got a 3D printer," and I know she wants to get a 3D printer. So it's
I
not like
just have this
I'm not
big
even
smile on my
hinting.
face right now just hearing you talk.
I am not even hinting. She and I have been planning this for a while. We'll definitely be getting a 3D printer. I could
Oh,
do like
nice.
a clear resin and do like holographic pieces for this. Yeah, I've got my
And
plans
you
going.
two are cosplayers, so that'll be interesting stuff that you guys can make if you guys
Dude,
are getting back
if
into
I
the
could get my role playing group, we play D&D every Wednesday. There's one, my attorney, he's like a germaphobe, so he doesn't want to
mm,
ever come over and play physically anymore. But it's like if we could get everyone together to play, we're about to finish up a D&D adventure. I want to switch to Star Wars. Don't
oh
ask me which
nice.
one. We could do D20, we could do the D6. I don't care. It's the same thing to me. I got both sets of rules. But if we, go to a casino, I got a Sabak deck. If we want to, if we're in the ship and we're on our way to the Death Star or whatever, I got the Dejarik board and we can physically play those games. That adds a little dimension to it.
Sweet.
Yeah, have an
Huh.
enabler.
Yeah,
Quick
she is my
question.
enabler. That's exactly right. Yeah, what's your question?
Is Al still in the chat? Because I need to say hi to Al real properly.
Yeah, go for it, man. Happy Life Day, everybody.
There, Al. If you need some pointers, I can teach you.
Skipper Kenner says keep drinking. I'm not slurring enough.
So yeah, I definitely once I heard about your birthday, I was like, oh, now yeah, just like the professor, the Pacellis are definitely gonna get a present from me, and I've been trying to do an artwork for you guys ever since last year. I was going to do an art piece for you guys for your anniversary. Didn't get around to it. Lazy.
No, you did.
Uh,
I had shared it. I posted.
I know,
You know.
but I also wanted to do something for Ma Pacelli on her birthday. But of course, we all know what happened on that day.
Oh, yeah.
So I decided to push back on that one. I was like, you know what? I wasn't gonna do that. Ma Pacelli must grieve. So I held off again, and what a perfect time that you had announced your birthday. I was like, oh, now is the time. Now is
Yeah.
the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
And oh my goodness. As I was like drawing it, I'm just thinking like, I'm just writing the story in my head, and my influence is just poured right into that picture from Robert E. Howard to Frank Frazetta to Boris Vallejo, biggest art influence to my work.
Let me tell you,
So
that picture has me pretty encouraged, and I'm actually a little bit inspired. I'm thinking what I need to do is really think about trying to get in shape so that I can look like that picture. I'm pretty impressed with it.
That is awesome. I really
just
like
like the
that a lot.
professor, right?
Yeah, right. Exactly. That idealized look. I figure I can fit into my Klingon kit, but just fitting into it isn't enough. I need to really kind of get myself in
I
in
definitely want
warrior shape, right?
I definitely was actually trying to figure out where to place Monticelli in that picture as well, and
That
I
was
happened upon
awesome.
a reference that actually really hit home what I was going for, and of course I took into heart to what Sound Engraver said last Monday about the whole objectification. I was like, what could be a proper way to really emphasize the power dynamic between Mama Chili and Papa Chili, like to
Oh,
really
yeah.
show that when you look upon them, they strike fear into your heart just by looking into their eyes.
Well, let me tell you something. When there's a okay, you're bringing out the carton in me now. I'm going to do the whole Klingon cleric thing here. So there's the story of Kales and Lady Lucara, right?
Right,
And it's a great. It's the Klingon equivalent of, well, Romeo and Juliet's a bad example, but it is the love story, right? It is the classic Klingon love story. And there is a story about them fighting the forces of Molor, and
mm,
it's literally the two of them fighting against, an army. And you figure it's kind of like the Battle of the 300 at Thermopylae, right?
oh yeah,
You probably, were in a confined space, and they took them on a few at a time, but they stood back to back and they fought. And then when the battle was done and the blood was all around their feet, it got a little blue. Let's just leave it at that.
yeah,
That's a romantic story, right? That's a Klingon love epic, right?
oh
Um,
yeah,
and I see Netter as that for me. I've got. I don't remember if it was for our anniversary or for a birthday or something, but I gave her a Gintach spear, kind of like
mm,
that you put in that picture, right? And a
yeah,
Gintach has a double meaning in Klingon. The Gintach is the word for that particular type of spear, but it also means like the right hand of your family. Okay, so
right,
your consigliere, your advisor, your right hand, so to speak. And normally that's not a role that a wife would play. That would be another warrior from outside the family. But I'm like, you know what? Real partner in life, she really is my right hand. And I don't think I could really function without her. I saw her more as that. Remember the first officer? I think her name was Vixis. I'm not sure exactly,
I
but in
think.
Star Trek
Are you talking about the
3,
blonde hair girl?
no, no, no. I'm talking about the Klingons in Star Trek 3. You had the captain and his
Oh,
first officer who clearly had a romantic relationship. I kind of see us kind of like that. But again, very much like Kalis and Lucara. But so yeah, I think you captured that perfectly in that illustration.
I, I want to hear Ma Pacelli's take about the picture too.
Oh, I had said, but I guess Troy was talking over me.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
I thought it was awesome. I noticed that you got me on the high ground so I can, readily attack when I need to.
that's right. And I
With your weapon
stand by
right
the
next to
say,
you.
yes,
Absolutely. In
absolutely.
fact, there
Oh,
is a picture. Anyway, hold on. Let me change my
while she's
avatar.
looking that up, let me share. I was starting to get into the story. I gave her a Gintak spear. Actually, I had one made for her in steel. So
Mm,
yeah, so the steel head, and I'm working on the physical shaft of it. I'm actually trying to get a shaft that you can screw apart into two parts to make it something that we can transport. But the important point is that I also did up on a scroll. I explained how a Gintak spear and the Gintach of a family are related,
That's
and
not the
how.
same one you had made for me.
No, it's not exactly.
But
But
can you make the bigger so you can see it? 'Cause that's
oh,
the
sure I
skeleton
can.
drew.
How do I do that?
Oh, wait.
Solo layout. There we go.
So
there
that's
she
the
is.
same one that
Yeah.
you drew.
So that you must have seen that picture. Is that what you worked from?
Yeah, I had to admit, I had to go through Ma Pacelli's photos to actually get your your head designs right and get the spear
Oh, is
correctly.
that how you got the foreheads right? Oh, that's so perfect, man. Oh, that's
I
excellent.
feel I feel guilty because I had to resort to that, and I'm not the type of person to go through people's Facebook profile pictures to do stuff like that.
Dude, I
But
mean, you have to get the details right. There's nothing wrong with that.
I know, but it's just me.
Right.
It's
And
just
that I
me.
just said, all artists do that. That's exactly what you should do. But anyway, I thank you so much for that. Do you have anything coming up this week that that we can share?
We have Wolf Commander Rambles next week. Yes, I've been on hiatus for a while, but now I'm ready to pick up the steam again. So next week, topic will be about objectification in fiction,
Yeah.
and mostly not to do with what people might think it's about. Yes, partially, but there's more to it that I can discuss in that stream. And Thursday will be a fun stream, but it will also be a Q&A stream. So
Oh,
anybody who's up for questions, anybody who is curious about the Wolf Commander, write them down. You have a weekend to do it. So when you guys are there, I don't want to be hearing nobody, I don't know what to ask you. Well, you had enough time to write down your questions, didn't
yeah.
you?
You've got a week to figure it out, guys.
It's like you can't
Exactly.
anymore.
Oh, you don't want to be front and center anymore? Okay.
It's your birthday. You should be front and center.
Okay, fair enough.
That's true. You are the birthday guy, but don't know when I'm planning on my next
Okay, fine.
video.
There you go.
I got another video in mind. It's gonna be my I don't know how many top number it will be, but it will be my movie pet peeves. So I'm trying to figure out what number and how I'm gonna the whole shebang. So it's gonna be a while for that video to come out.
Fair enough.
And as far as rewatch is concerned, I will have to check with my wingman Owen Lister on that one.
Yeah.
Usually that's his kind of show because he has to acquire the material for us to rewatch. I got just about a lot of material to cover, but he has to come behind me to do it.
That's fair.
And fun fact, our last rewatch had to be cut short because his DVD player or his Blu-ray player got killed.
Oh,
right
that's a mess. Oh, I hate when that happens.
Apparently, Blade Trinity was so bad that his Blu-ray player quit it while we were ahead.
Well,
it's amazing.
You know what? I mean, ask Soundtracks with Birdman about what that's like. He's had problems with streams himself, so it happens. It totally happens.
But there is a bright spot. He did get a new one, so we'll be continuing that. But
that's
like
awesome.
I said, until further notice.
I'll look forward to that.
I'm glad you guys had me here on your stream of all places.
Thanks so much for stopping in. I'm gonna kick you out because I want to bring Fuff in. Okay.
Of course.
Take care,
you
my
have a good
friend.
night. Happy birthday.
Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Good night, Mapacelli.
Good night, Steven.
Okay, add to stream. Where are you at?
Right
Oh.
there. Oh, well, he was.
There you are.
Hi.
I'm actually. Do I have both of you in here? Oh no, I've got Aged Boomer.
Oh,
Sorry.
Do you want
know
to
what?
kick me out?
I'll get to you in just a second.
That's fine.
Let me bring Aged Boomer in. Don't worry. You are awesome, man. Wait a minute. Let me put you on hold for a second. Can I get some upstairs? I got some spiced rum. Can you just put a splash of that in here for me, please? It's my birthday. Come on, please. Thank you. If I'm gonna celebrate, I'm gonna celebrate. Let the blood wine flow.
Let's bring Sophia in too, and just
Yeah, what the heck? I'll bring in Fuff too. Hey, how you doing, Fuff?
Okay, first of all, can you hear me all right? Because I've never done this, so I don't know if this works.
Yeah, you sound fine. You're a little hollow, but you know what? It doesn't need to be like super professional.
I've been hollow most of my life. I don't think that's really an issue.
Okay, so I got two of you in here. I got. Can I use your real name? Is that okay?
His or mine? I don't care if you use my name. I don't care.
Okay, I don't want to give away any secret identities if I don't have permission. So anyway, everybody, Fuffy is Skipper Kenner in the stream, and he is my buddy Stan. We go back. Wow, actually, he and I go back to when Nanette and I met. We were in a Star Trek club together.
Probably longer than we want to think about, but
yes,
it doesn't seem like it was that long.
It's been more than a quarter of a century. Let's put it that way. Long enough for you to have kids and have them grow up, for crying out loud. Holy crap.
Not that grown yet. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah, close enough. I mean, and both of our hairlines pretty much reflect that.
I think yours is by choice, though. You shave by choice. Every morning I look at mine, and it's fighting a losing battle.
Dude, I saw I was fighting the losing battle, and I said, screw it. I'm going bald on my own terms.
Nah, I'll fight to the end. I'll have the one hair comb over, and I'll just keep looping.
And you'll just kind of wind it around in a circle.
Whatever it takes.
Oh, you're awesome. So I'm going to share a little bit about you, if that's okay. I mean, you stop me if you don't want me to.
No, go ahead. Whatever. I got no problem, man. You just roll with it.
This guy is a real life superhero. Okay. He is the guy that he has really helped build my character. I mean, I am not being overly flattering when I say that he taught me a very important lesson. He said that you never lend money. You give money as a gift. And if people choose to repay it, then you're better off than you expected to be. And I love that lesson so much. It kind of fell in with the whole Benjamin Franklin, never borrower nor lender be. I'm not sure that's what Franklin meant, but I love that spirit so much that I've always tried to live that.
I thought that was Shakespeare.
Oh, maybe. Well, I mean, I heard it as quoted as Franklin, but he may have gotten it from Shakespeare. Who knows? But the important thing is that when I think of friendship, this is the guy that I think of. He's taught me more about friendship than I think anyone ever has. And when I say he's a real life superhero, I mean that. He's got the symbol of the this is what, the Joe Adventure Team?
G.I. Joe Adventure Team.
G.I. Joe Adventure Team. This guy has been a fan of G.I. Joe all his life, and he took it seriously. He ended up becoming a fireman. I mean, talk about a real life superhero. That's what a real life superhero is, a fireman.
Now, I mean, if I can interrupt here, here's one of the things. Like when Troy says, "Hey,
Here comes the humility, everyone."
Can I talk about you for a minute? My mind is going through a lot of things absolutely not related to this. Like, I'm thinking about all these things, and I'm like, I don't know where we're going with this. Like, I'm not quite sure where this train is going when it leaves the station. But I'm a little excited to
We're having fun here.
So,
but yeah, I mean,
more fun than I ever have. I guarantee you that.
But yeah, this guy has been with Netter and me since the very beginning. So, and then when he joined the Professor Geek community, I guess you'd call it, or whatever. Family. Okay, sure. I was like, okay, this is good times. And then of course he brings in people like Evelyn, and Evelyn's been with us since the beginning too. We were all in Star Trek clubs together and whatnot. And it's like this is a family. This is some pretty awesome stuff. You can tell them stories if you want, dude. I mean, you're here. Now's your opportunity to embarrass the heck out of me. Tell them the stories about the action figures in your brother's room and stuff.
Well, what I want to ask is, how's your lovely wife?
Yes. Well,
how is the lovely and talented?
I was going to say the lovely is home today, and she is minding Ritalin and Vyvanse, my two kids. So hopefully doing all right. We'll see how that goes. But
both of his boys are Boy Scouts. So what does that tell you? This
Joseph earned his eagle and officially aged out now. So going back as a adult leader type.
I was just going to say he's got two choices. He either goes back as a leader or he joins the Marine Corps or some stuff like that.
I mean, with his grades, maybe the Marines. We'll see how this goes.
There you go, right?
Between the Boy Scouts, which probably definitely want you to, I don't know. He might struggle with the Marines. We'll see how this goes.
Hey,
vets out there.
Don't quote me on that. Don't encourage him. I'm not saying to do that. I'm just,
with my profession, maybe I should have said maybe a cop, and just left it at that.
Sure.
It's interesting with Joseph because you came up the other day because he came down all excited to discover that Itchy was in one of the Clone Wars comic books that came out, and he was
really
thrilled about this. No, I think it was Itchy or Lumpy. It was the older one. Is it Lumpy that's old?
Both of them have made appearances. Itchy was supposed to have actually been one of the background characters in the, I don't know if it was the second or third prequel film.
Oh, the Battle of Kashyyyk, you think? Or
Exactly. And I don't know this personally. I've been told that he was in one of the, one of those picture books that they do. That's like the encyclopedia for each movie that they do. And then they consider that canon, so I take them at their word. But
And to answer your question, Lumpy's the kid.
yeah, Lumpy's the kid. And you know what? I actually need to do a video about that. I talked about this a while back, but I've steadily been working on my custom action figure of Itchy. So in fact, tomorrow, literally tomorrow, I'm going out and getting a very, very fine bristled, whoops, I just dropped it. A very fine bristled brush because I want to paint this figure up, and then I'll do a video about the custom Lumpy figure, and then I'll be doing the whole holiday special, front room from, Chewbacca's, living room or whatever. I'm literally planning to do a whole mind evaporator and everything.
the movie, the special did a pretty good job evaporating my mind. I remember that.
Yeah, right.
I mean, although
Whoa.
yeah, you and when you guys showed up at first of all, just for anybody listening, my 50th birthday party, my wife threw a surprise party for me.
Yep, that was fun.
So, I really was clueless that anything was going on, and I did not function well that whole night after I showed up. I kept seeing faces and trying to figure out what happened.
Yeah,
before my eyes. So I had to at least I'm on duty, but I've got to get in there and at least show up to your birthday party because I didn't feel like I wasn't present at mine. So I had to.
I'll tell you, you had a lot of people there. I mean,
that was a very distracting. I had no idea, and then I'm like, wow, there's these people from different worlds that are.
You did exactly what you kind of have to do. It's like, oh, okay, so I'm gonna make the rounds and hit all the tables and say hi to everybody, and try to juggle all the different people. And Netter and I are like, hey, you know what? We're here to be bodies, to encourage this guy and eat pizza. That's really what it was all about.
Yeah, plus the pizza. The pizza was important. But that's the other thing about those, which is why this is neat that you're doing this in the stream, is that no matter how much time you have, it's never enough at something like that.
Right. Well, this is why you have events like this, because you don't get a chance to talk to people or see people unless you have events like this, right?
Yeah.
And you don't want it to be for a funeral. You want it to be for a birthday or a wedding or something happy.
Now, here's something Troy doesn't know.
Uh-oh.
If we weren't under the piracy thing where it's almost impossible to get people together, I was actually planning on getting you Foof and a couple of people that I knew would really be into it and doing one of those locked room escape things.
Wow. Yeah, I could totally see that. Netter does this. She contacts Stan and she's like, okay, I want to do this. And Stan's like, oh, we got this. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. And then I'm screwed, guys. I am screwed.
Yeah, I might take that in the wrong direction if she gives me too much handle on it. She's probably better off planning it and not letting
escape room. He does his own escape room. He knocks me out, ties me up, throws me in his trunk. Get out now.
Not that far away, and the prices were reasonable. And it was like, this would be a great thing for his birthday. But then the virus kind of
now she's ruined it, because if we ever do this, now I'm going to start checking out YouTube videos about how to get out of these rooms.
But you don't know which place I selected.
It doesn't matter. They MatPat has these videos about how to do it in general and whatnot. But
we can step up the game if you feel like you need a challenge.
Yeah, you're gonna lock me in the trunk. I know it.
I think, what was it? When I saw you right before the holidays, I reminded you my son was doing that video for high school. And so here I am driving him around with a bunch of people in this minivan, and in the back seat we have duct tape, a crowbar, some other stuff. And I'm like, this is just, please, if you get busted tonight doing this, because of course they're going to this old abandoned property to work on. I'm like, if you get busted tonight, just the minute you get tased, I want your friends to tape it because I need to see this. Like, I won't sue, but I want the tape.
Dude, I can't even imagine having you as a dad. That would be just, I don't know.
Hi, Crispy.
It's
Yes, I think those are blessed.
Oh, hey, Chris P. Sorry, I'm not even typing in the stream anymore. I'm just gonna say hi to everybody. But
And I don't think you said hi to Trooper. Hi, Trooper.
I thought I did say hi to Trooper, but hey,
Okay.
thanks for being here, man. I super appreciate it. I'm starting to slur my words, aren't I?
Well, I think you're the only reason people are still here because, like, I was talking and I think the numbers are dropping. But you know,
well, I would ask, when are you going to start your YouTube channel? Because, dude, you've totally got the personality that could really bring people in. It would be a comedy channel, let's face it.
Okay, and again, this is one of those things Joseph has all these ideas about.
Joseph is his son, everybody.
And yeah, my son Joe, who just turned 18, he's got all these really cool ideas, and then he kind of looks at me as like the Porky Pig to his dad. The comedy relief that sits in the background and makes sarcastic comments whenever he's trying to be serious about something. But to answer your question really succinctly, just because nobody really knows my kids and it's not really it's hell. Having me as a father is hell. Okay?
I would imagine.
I mean, you see them kind of sulk and walk by whenever I'm in the room. That's normal. That's what they do here.
You know, I mean, I'm not on Facebook anymore to any serious extent. You guys probably all know that. But when I was, this guy would troll the hell out of me. He would be like, and he'd come and he'd say something, and I'd be like, no. And he'd be like, his equivalent of gotcha.
Yeah, just little pokes here and there, keep you going.
And I can just imagine he does that to his kids on a daily basis, right?
Yes. They are fearful of me finding out anything that they're doing because I will not punish them like a normal father. And they want fathers that ground them and punish them.
Yeah, just yell at me, get it out of your system, and leave me the hell alone. Nope. Yeah. That's not how it works.
They're terrified of oversleeping because I get to choose the music that I play to wake them up, and they want nothing to do with it.
Stan, have you thought about this though? When your boys grow up and they go off and they get married and have their own kids, they're not going to be you. They're going to be your father.
Well, now, and here's I talked to both of them about it one time because they said something about like how they were going to teach their kids and why. And I explained, well, you know, here's how this is going to work. As a grandfather, I'm going to be that grandpa that's serious, doesn't joke, and does all this. So whenever they tell their kids this story, it's not going to
I don't know what you're talking about. He's making up stories.
And the kids are going to be like, that's not what grandpa's like at all.
Yeah, I totally see you doing that. Yeah.
I'm not a good father. I really think that they're going to write a book about me and that's how they make their living or something. I don't know.
Father Dearest or something like that.
Yeah, it's. I'm surprised Kim hasn't already started. Maybe she has.
Dude, your wife. You know, we're two of a kind with our wives. The fact that they haven't smothered us in our sleep is a miracle.
Well, I like to think of it as, and of course with you and Nutter, it's very much the romantic side of this. For anybody that's heard me talk for the first time tonight, I can already think you'll agree that it's the other side with me. That it's with our wives being in love with us, it really is unconditional love.
Yeah, it has to be.
Yeah, because I mean, if there were conditions, I'd already be in like a refrigerator box.
We'd both be effed. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
With life insurance policy and
one quick story before I boot you out. Okay. So
I did want to say happy birthday really quickly and actually say happy birthday because I don't think I actually said that yet.
Okay, yeah, no, that's kind of assumed. Thanks so much for, just coming on and chatting with me is so super encouraging. That's my gift, But so one of the pictures that, in fact, oh my gosh, the picture of Netter, let me go back to that picture so you can see it. That picture of me and Netter, that is us at Stan's wedding. And she uses that all the time.
That's
Yeah.
right. It was that at Botanic Gardens, or did we do that?
That might have been at Botanic Gardens before we went to the reception. Yeah.
Right.
I really am getting to the like get off my lawn age if I can't remember.
What's funny
I'm
is
really there.
this picture was taken just after the maid of honor was going, no, you can't have your picture taken.
Yeah.
And Kim just said, oh, your roll, back up.
Hey,
Yes,
hey,
they are.
Stan, no one in your family's listening to this stream, are they?
This is, I mean, the good news is you'll be able to hold this over my head forever because I'm guessing it'll be on YouTube after this. So, yeah.
Dude, I may not even remember this with as much rum as I got in my system. So don't even worry
I
about
didn't give you that much.
it. Well, this is my second cup, so
Keep pouring it, Nanette. Keep pouring.
yeah, it'll be a good stream, let me tell you. But what was I going to say about? Oh yeah, so this picture that Netter has up is us at Stan's wedding. For whatever reason, Stan decided to have me as one of his groomsmen, and it's just me. The whole Klingon thing, I took it so seriously. Like I took it as such an honor. I figured I had to do everything that I could to make it as successful as possible. Stan and his wife were so, I don't know, their wedding was unlike any that I've ever been to. They wanted to make sure that everyone felt welcomed and encouraged, and it was more about the people that they had there than themselves. You know what I mean? And everyone wanted to make it about them. I mean, it was just the way it ought to be. You know what I mean? And Stan went out of his way to make it, yeah, this is our wedding, but it's also my niece's birthday, and it's also Troy and Nanette's anniversary. So he found ways to encourage everybody, you know.
To be fair about all this now, my only goal that day was to get her to say yes, and then I figured I'd
and then after that, you didn't give a crap, right?
Yeah, no, she said yes, man. She's kind of pot committed to this now. I'm free to go. Like now, I don't have to worry about the sudden back out or last minute bribe or something. I'm solid.
What was really cute is that his niece was going around going to everyone, going, "It's my birthday! It's my birthday!" Oh yeah, my uncle got married too.
Yeah, exactly.
The whole thing was for her, the cake, the party, yeah.
Oh, and their wedding toppers were a Barbie and Ken, or was it Barbie and G.I. Joe?
It was Barbie and G.I. Joe.
Made in their likenesses.
You still have those in your entryway, don't you?
Yeah, and unfortunately, by today's standards, the head sculpts really don't hold up to what you can do nowadays with machines.
Well, that may be, but it's still really, really cool that you did that. Yeah, they have custom G.I. Joe and Barbie of them, that they had made up. It was really, really cool. And then they of course did their first dance together. And then after that, they allowed me to play a song for me and Nanette to dance to because it was our anniversary, and it was a song that I actually had custom made for Nanette. That was my anniversary gift to her. So that was really cool. You know what I mean?
And I gave him a lightsaber control.
Yeah, so the gift for me for that anniversary was a universal remote of Luke's lightsaber, and I did that whole thing where I'm sitting in the chair that the bride is going to sit in for the whole garter thing or whatever, and I sat in it with the lightsaber in my hand, and I looked at his brother Buck and I said, "You want this, don't you?" The whole Emperor thing, and it was just classic. It was a night to remember, let me tell you.
As much as I appreciate your birthday being used to talk all about me, we managed to somehow do that. No, it was. Here's the thing, though. That wedding and all that other stuff. It's wonderful to do those things, but honestly, it's not really about Kim and I.
Mm-hmm.
It's not really about that stuff. You guys are our life, and you guys, the other people there, the family, the friends that show up, you guys are a very strong part of just Kim and I's relationship with each other. This is a growth sort of intermingling thing, but
yeah,
that's how we feel about it. It's no, you've got to be a part of that. You sort of have to be a part of that world because you've always been a part of that.
You are so awesome for saying that. But I get what you're saying because I feel the same way about all y'all. So thanks so much, man.
My pleasure. I think I've taken up enough of Aged Boomer.
Yeah, I'm going to kick you so I can get Aged Boomer actually talking. He's been muted this whole time on his own accord, and I super appreciate that, but let's get him in. Yep. Okay. Thanks, Fuff. Take care.
You too. Happy birthday.
Hi.
Oh, hi. Happy birthday, Troy.
Thank you so much, Boomer. I promise I will get the notes done for you tomorrow.
There's no rush. Just take your time.
I expect to be completely hungover, so I won't get it done until the afternoon.
It's fine. I'm going to be at work all day anyway. But I also I don't want to keep you in case you got more people waiting because we'll be talking enough on Sunday. But happy birthday! I did finish your edited version of the rant.
No, look, dude. I don't mean to tell you what to do with your channel. By all means, I felt bad because when I first saw it, and the first and I don't even remember who commented on it, was like, wow, this is what did it say? It was restricted or something like that.
I think it was Daniel. Listen, I don't think anything you said was that bad, but I don't know how YouTube is, and I figure you know how they are with you're talking about Star Wars, it's for kids.
Not only that, but yeah, I know I used some pretty blue language, and between Netter and Sound Engraver, I was like, oh, I'm screwed. I really am.
I got it down though. There's only one cuss word left in it. It's the word that begins with an SH. Okay, but that's a mild one. Okay. And the other one, I kind of used a horse neighing. I'm not very good with the sound stuff, but I was able to get a horse neighing over.
I haven't had a chance to listen to it, but I bet it's going to be hysterical.
But the unedited version is also on the network if you want to hear them in the raw, which I think is fine. Yeah, okay.
Guys, so in other words, what Boomer's basically saying is last week's study hall, I used some pretty blue language because I got pretty hot during, my talk. I'm passionate. I really am.
Pablo Hidalgo and the Star Wars theory versus Star Wars theory.
but I didn't even censor myself, and I figured when he re-uploads this, he'll censor it, and he didn't, and I'm like, dude, you're gonna get not that he's monetized to begin with, so I guess it doesn't really matter. But I was like, I felt bad.
No, you didn't have to feel bad. For starters, I was just getting it ready, and then I had to get to bed. I was actually going to work on editing it the next day, but I figured let's put up a regular version on the YouTube, and I was going to work on doing the edited version anyway. Okay.
Yeah.
But I figure I wanted to put an unedited version on there. That's also the version I stuck on Rumble.
I said something about it. I made a comment on it, and he's like, I just thought that your tirade was so good, I wanted to get it out there, and I'm like, dude, your channel, you do what you want, but I was like. I'm going to hear about it from Netter, and I'm going to hear about it from Sound Engraver. Here we go.
What was in the anyway? Well, the edited version is on there for those of you that don't want to. I liked it though. You were going on a nice, nasty rant. And to be honest with you,
There was guys. I'm not going to drop any links. Actually, I'm in no condition to even try to drop links. But there is, if you do a Google of Jenny Lorenzo, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Just do that search. There's a Geekgasm. Geekgasm is the name of the channel she was on at the time. She did this rant about Michael Bay when he was working on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and she was angry, and she used some very strong language. Okay. And she said, "I am not even editing out the effing F's from this video." And that's not how she said it. She said the words. And I always think about that when I kind of lose it and go off on a rant. I'm like, just like Jenny Lorenzo, I'm passionate about this geek stuff. And that's kind of where I was on this. And I guess Boomer kind of liked what I was doing. He liked my passion. And I actually got a lot of positive responses from people in the stream about it. They're like, wow, he's really fired up. I was fired up about it.
A lot of people thought that was the highlight of the night. So I figured, I need to put up an unedited version of this because I can cut it. And I was like, you know what? No, I'm putting up raw. Okay.
I even said in the comments, I'm like, dude, you know, it's kind of on you for even having me as a co-host. I do my best, but sometimes I lose it. You gotta expect that. And then he doesn't even edit it. I'm like, okay, dude, if you don't edit it, that's on you.
Look, that was also the unedited version. I'll be honest with you, that was being made mainly for Rumble, because that one's on Rumble now.
I dig it.
Okay, because I figure Rumble is a bit of a freer platform. But anyway, actually, of course, I don't know. Maybe I better not mention that word on this network. Okay, anyway, well, we're live. But anyway, we'll see.
Oh my gosh.
We got shut down.
Rhetorical Games says, I liked your impression of Alex Jones you did there. I'll be honest with you, I don't even listen to Alex Jones or watch his channel or whatever, but I know who he is and I know what you're saying. That is so funny. But
yeah, it's weird. If you ever see the movie Waking Life, the Richard Linklater rotoscoped animated movie about dreams, there's a segment that actually has Alex Jones in it before anybody knew who he was. Okay.
Oh, really? No, I didn't.
It's really weird. Yeah, but it's a very weird movie. It's all about dreams, and it's all done rotoscoped animation where they shot on video, and then they had animators paint over it, and it's a very trippy movie.
I don't know. We've talked about this, I think, on the stream. There's a lot of animators that have a real problem with the concept of rotoscoping, but I think rotoscoping is a medium unto itself, and I think it deserves. There's a reason for it to exist, and I really like it. I mean, I'm thinking back to the Fleischer Superman. You know, even the rank. No, it wasn't Rankin Bass. Who was it that did the
Ralph Bakshi.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, he did a lot of that rotoscoping. There's value to that. And I don't see that as a cheat. It's certainly no more a cheat than a lot of the CG that I see these days. So but yeah.
Okay.
I completely lost my train of thought. I'm on my second.
Here's the train of thought. Happy birthday. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Just want to say happy birthday, and just want to let you know that both versions are on there for people's listening pleasure. Okay. Okay.
So we have study hall coming up on Sunday. We everybody knows this. He and I kind of message back and forth. Hey, did you see this one? No, I didn't, but I'll add it to the notes. And then I put together the notes and shoot them off to him so that we're both working off the same set of notes. I do the thumbnail and then we do the show, right? And I'm trying to get better about last week. I had it done by Wednesday? Thursday?
Yeah.
And
they're done early.
And there wasn't a lot that came up late in the week. So I was like, hey, we're ready to go. I don't even need to update it. This week, like the previous week and the week before that, I'm getting to Saturday and I haven't even gotten around to it. This is what happens when you work a full-time job, people. I had almost forgotten what that was like after almost 9 months being out of work.
Exactly. But looking forward to this Sunday. It should be interesting.
Dude, I love your show so much. I love being a part of it. It's your show, though. So by all means, if you ever need to tell me, okay, dude, rein in the language a little bit. Calm down.
Well, I probably said, should I say anything? And I probably was like, let's see where this goes. That's honestly it. It's like,
I mean, see me like next to him, kind of waving.
Yeah, she was literally doing the lower the volume,
well, I could argue that the words you used were either a piece of a part of human anatomy or something that might come out of a person while they're on the John. Okay,
clearly, I am passionate about the things we're talking about. I'm Italian. Okay, yes. So that's the other thing. I'm not
restrained from what I've seen on stuff like The Sopranos.
I am not on camera, so you can't see my hands moving. But if Nanette were to hold my hands down, I'd be mute. I wouldn't be able to talk.
Actually, that happened the other day. He had both his hands full and he couldn't talk.
I really did. I couldn't. I didn't know what I was saying because I couldn't move my hand. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, I'm a passionate guy. I think that's part of oh my gosh, being both Italian and Klingon. That's a crazy combination.
Well,
Yeah.
I know y'all are doing something on Sunday, but on Saturday, tomorrow, go to my channel for Batteries Not Included.
Oh yeah, it's
Oh,
tomorrow's rewatch is on Netter's channel. Make sure you're subscribed to her if you're not already. But I think everybody in this stream is definitely.
Hey, but if there's somebody here that isn't, I welcome the
Absolutely.
subscription.
She's so encouraged. I mean, she'll do this on a daily basis. She's like, I got a new subscriber. And I'll be like, who is it? And she's like, she'll mention somebody from the Professor Geek group. And I'm like, they haven't been subscribed to you? She's like, yeah, people subscribe and then they get dropped or whatever.
That can happen.
But anyway.
Or sometimes you think you're subscribed to somebody because they just show up in your YouTube feed, and then you realize, oh, I haven't been subscribed to this person. You know,
I wasn't subscribed to Soundtracks with Birdman. I just subscribed recently, and I was like, what happened? I thought I was subscribed.
Sometimes it just knows you like looking at this channel and just shows the thing pops up, you know, and that's
right. And so I've seen. Well, of course, on Wednesday night, I can't make it because of D&D, but it's in my stream, so I'm like, okay, and I watch it, and I'm like, well, I'm glad that the YouTube is recommending it to me, and he's getting the watch for it, but I wasn't subscribed, so I literally just recently subscribed. So.
But then YouTube will also unsubscribe you from things because
I've noticed that. Yeah.
Because I've been subscribed to you, H Boomer, and I went at one point, I'm like, why is it showing I'm not subscribed? I know I was subscribed.
Oh my goodness.
I had to resubscribe to you.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
I can't imagine why I'm seeking out another platform at the moment, but we have to maintain both.
Shocker, right? Anyway, I'm going to kick you because we're going to be talking in 2 days, and I want to get Nate in here.
Okay, great. But happy birthday, and I'll see you Sunday.
Okay, thanks so much, man. Take care.
Take care.
Bye-bye. And add to stream. Okay.
Hey, Troy, happy birthday.
Oh, thank you so much. How you doing, my friend?
I am not doing too bad.
Brand new microphone, am I correct?
Actually, this is a fairly old one. I've had this for 8 or 9 years. I just don't use it very often. I moved about 3 years ago and I lost it for about 1.5 years. So
yeah. I get that. So you know what? I'm doing this. If I don't know, I have to ask. So do the spiel. Tell us a little bit. I've been having a couple of drinks here in case you hadn't realized that. So
I've heard these rumors.
Yeah. So forgive me if I slur a little bit. So tell us a little bit about yourself and tell us, are you streaming? Do you have a show? Should we be subscribing to you? Give your spiel.
Sure. So you've probably seen me in chat as Back to the Drawing Board. That's my primary channel. I'm on and off of that depending on what I have to say. I usually just talk about fiction or comics or stuff like that. I don't really produce regular content because I also blog on I try to blog on a weekly basis, and I write a lot of fiction that eats up a lot of time that I would use to make videos with. But my latest
are awesome,
right?
Thank you. Actually, I am experimenting. I've started a new channel which has no content right now. It's called Horizon Talker, and I have recorded the first chapter of my latest fiction project. I'm going to upload it there kind of as an audio book with a couple illustrations to go with it. So if you're interested in that, you can, I will be uploading that tomorrow.
Nate, I also want to say, please forgive me. Netter has done a great job of reading your material and commenting on it, and I haven't. She's out of work, and I've been really busy with work. So I do have your material. I have been reading it. I started to make some notes, and I've gotten so busy I haven't been able to finish, and I apologize for that.
That's all right. I work full time too, and it is sometimes a nightmare to juggle stuff. I know that I have volunteered to be a test reader for other authors I know, and sometimes it'll take me months to get through what they send me just because I have so much on my plate.
I will say this, though. It's so important to have people read your stuff because I know that the professor has mentioned Big Al like reading his stuff, and Big Al is really good at, and I do the same thing, catching the spelling errors, the grammar errors, the things like that, the very, obsequious type of, very minutia kind of stuff that really needs to be addressed as an editor would, right? So it's so crucial, and I see so many people that, for example, self-publish. I don't know if you ever have self-published, but I've got some friends who have self-published and they didn't get the editing done up front. And for example, Netter, she knows exactly where I'm going with this.
In this particular story, he's talking about a fellow that's running down a hallway. But prior to that, he had mentioned the shoes he was wearing. He was wearing loafers. So then the next scene comes up, and he's running down this hallway, and he stops to tie his shoe. And I went to him and I said, wasn't he wearing loafers? Loafers don't tie.
Those kind of continuity errors matter. I mean, if you say that he's wearing loafers and then later on you say he's tying his shoes, which is it? It's a minor point, but it's a continuity error, and I mean, that's as important as a spelling error or grammar error or whatever it is. Nate, I just wanted to apologize for not having gotten, the first part done that you had sent me. Netter's already done, I think the second part you sent, and I haven't even finished the first, and that's how far behind I am, and I just wanted to apologize.
It's a really wonderful story. I really enjoyed it.
It's fine. It's not like you have a deadline or getting paid. So,
well, okay, yeah, maybe I'm not getting paid, but I don't know what the deadline is. I don't know what your timeline is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, I'm feeling bad about when my mom had passed away on my birthday. For those of you who don't know, my birthday was December 11th. Right. So I let Nate know that I was in mourning, and it would take me a little bit to get to the second.
And she's still ahead of me.
And I still managed to finish it before Troy, but it took me like an extra week and a half, 2 weeks before I was able to get into it and read it and give him my notes. But it's I just felt bad because it's okay, I'm in mourning. I really don't feel like doing anything right now except for my mom passed. That's all I can think about right now.
You know what? But let's be honest. Sometimes having an obligation to somebody else is what really pulls us out of ourselves and gets us through stuff, right?
I think that's really what helped. As I was thinking about going, I need to get this done. This is something to keep my mind occupied, and it really did help.
Yeah.
And like I said, it was a wonderful story.
So, I mean, between work and trying to get the notes done for Agent Boomer, and I have obligations, so I'm doing my best, Nate. I really am. I don't want you to think I'm, I'm doing my best. I really am.
Well, I don't know if you can listen to audiobooks or anything while you work, but now you have that option too, or you will tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty cool.
So I'm doing it probably a chapter every 2 weeks, so it's probably not going to be the most regular update. But
no, I get it.
The only problem with him listening to the audiobook is that he can't see if there's a spelling error.
Yeah,
or something like that.
I'll miss that kind of stuff, and that there's value in that, but
because I caught a couple of places where there should have been a comma, or there was a comma and there shouldn't have been one, or something like that, and that's not something he would catch listening.
But there is something to be, and I know that the professor has talked about this too, but the importance of editing. Sometimes just having a set of eyes read something, you know what you're talking about, right? But then having an objective, separate person read it, go, wait, what are you talking about? Oh, right. Wait, you're not reading my mind? Okay, this is what I missed. This needs to get into the story in order for my readers to know what I'm talking about.
Troy used to do DVD covers, like special ones for the Professor D group when the prof used to do Saturday Night Rewatches.
Mm-hmm.
And he'd have me proof the extra copies put in there, and sometimes be like, "What are you talking about?" Or did you mean this word instead of this word? Or there's something completely missing here.
Honestly, I don't do this stuff when I've been drinking, but I still mess up.
Right.
But anyway, yeah. So you have a channel that we should be following, Nate?
Just back to the drawing board, and yeah, once it updates, Horizon Talker is my alternate.
So you're telling me that Back to the Drawing Board and Nate, even though you post on both IDs, there's two IDs that I got to keep straight. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
That's
No,
even
you
worse
can.
when I've been drinking, man. That's a problem. I'm joking. I'm joking, man. I'm just playing around with you.
You just gotta hit the red button, Troy, and then theoretically YouTube does all the work for you. Whether that's true or not remains to be seen.
You know what? Netter will take care of me. She'll make sure that tomorrow, when I'm sober, I'll make sure that I'm subscribed, and everything will be good.
Good deal.
Because you heard me on the previous people that we were talking to. Sometimes you think you're subscribed and you're not. So you got to be careful with that kind of stuff.
Okay, so what's the name of the new channel again?
Back to the drawing.
No, not that one. The other one. With the
Yeah.
book.
Horizon Talker. It's a play off Horizon Walker, the D&D prestige class, if you're familiar with it.
One word or two?
I'm sorry?
One word or two?
One word. It's probably not going to show up in your search yet. I've actually tried to find it myself. I think it's just because it doesn't have any videos on it yet.
Well, she'll hold on to that and take care of me on that. Is that Horizon Talker? Is that 5th edition that you're talking about, D&D?
I was in, I think it was a 3rd edition prestige class.
Really? What splat book was it?
You would ask that. I think it was actually out of the DMG. Don't
Really?
quote me. Yeah.
I'll have to check that out. Yeah, we struggle with that. We use prestige classes from time to time, and it's extremely annoying to DMs because they'll come up with an ability that they have, and the DM will be like, "I've never heard of that." Well, it's this prestige class. You said I could use it. Well, I didn't read everything about that prestige class. Well, too bad. Now I can do it. Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna bust the crap out of you in the next combat because like, oh geez, man, don't do that.
I have been that DM before. It is always kind of a bucket of cold water when that happens.
Right. I've always been of the mindset that if the players are able to come up with something within the rules, by all means let them have it. But if it becomes too easy because their character is a little bit overpowered because they're using a splat book that I didn't know about, that's kind of killer. That can kind of ruin the game balance.
Okay, so
Yeah.
for the drawing board on YouTube, what is your picture?
Same one that I have right, or no, is it? Yes, it is. It is the same one I have here.
Let me focus on that.
There's a couple of different ones come up, so I want to make sure I got the right one I'm subscribing to.
Oh, how do I? There we go. That's how. There you go. That's the picture. Find him. Find him because you're sober and I'm not. Okay.
I don't know. You may have trouble finding that too. I don't know what it is about my channel names, but people seem to have a hard time searching for them. I know that I live stream on a semi-regular basis with another guy, and he's never been able to find my channel by searching for it. I had to send him a link.
Well, is Back to the Drawing? No, because everything she's seeing.
Yeah, I'm trying to have it as drawing board is one word, drawing board is two words.
No, Back to the Drawing Board. Drawing board is one word.
That's what I got. I'm getting some guy named Brent Jones.
Yeah, that's not it. That's not it.
Yeah, there is another channel with
That's
a
the problem.
very
There's
similar name.
There's actually several Back to the Drawing Board channels. So that makes it difficult. Well, we'll search for it. We'll figure it out. We'll find you.
I will drop. I'm in the Facebook group. I can drop a link to it again there.
Please, yeah, do that. That makes it so much simpler. And are you in Nanette's?
The YouTube.
I don't think I'm in that one right now, just because I have been very
Netter,
sparing in my Facebook use the last couple months.
Netter's going to drop a link, so that's helpful too. That's what I want to do is give everyone an opportunity to promote their channels and their streams and their there you go. So
all right.
and it's funny, I don't know if the professor does this, but I do this. I keep a spreadsheet of like when I find out this person's name is connected to this channel, I keep a spreadsheet of that kind of information, because basically what I'm doing is I'm keeping track of everyone's secret identity.
Yeah.
And then once we subscribe to your channel, you can subscribe to us, and I can
exactly. If you're not already subscribed, you can subscribe to us, and
that's the whole point of the YouTube group that I created, is that you post your channel there, so we can subscribe to you. You can subscribe to us, and we're boosting each other up.
Right.
So,
right.
I mean, a lot of us have just a couple of subscribers, so it really helps to boost those numbers up for all of us, so that we actually have a following.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's really trying to get your channel out there. So yeah, post in the group. I just posted the link.
Yeah. So what do you have coming up in say the next week or so, Nate?
Well, like I said, tomorrow I'm posting that first video on the new channel. I don't have anything for my primary channel right now.
Mm-hmm.
I usually do reviews and I really don't have anything to review at the moment. I am wrapping up a book I might do a review of that I've been reading, but I usually save my decision on whether to do those until I'm actually finished. So I don't want to get out over my skis there.
Yep. Fair enough. All right, buddy. I super appreciate you being here and coming in to wish me a happy birthday. And I'm glad you gave me the opportunity to promote your channel. I'm going to kick you, though, so I can get Matthew Flynn in here. Okay?
Sure thing.
Thanks so much. Take care, buddy.
Bye.
Bye-bye. And then Matthew Flynn, I'm bringing you in. How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I'm good. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I know it's been a long wait, and I'm kind of, you know what? Let me just real quick before we get to you. Let me just say, hey guys, I've got an empty queue here. So where y'all at? I mean, are you? I know a lot of you guys got microphones, and you don't want to wish me a happy birthday. I'm feeling a little hurt. You're kind of lurking there, but you're not coming in to say happy birthday. I want to promote you guys too. So there we go. Thanks, Evelyn. You're in the queue. We'll get to you in a minute. So hey, Matthew Flynn, how you doing? Thank you so much for being here and just hanging out with us.
Yeah, I'm all right. Happy birthday, by the way. I know I already typed that.
I love hearing that accent. I don't hear that enough. Oh gosh, since we lost my mother-in-law, I miss that accent.
So
it's probably a little deeper than normal because I probably have a cold right now.
That's okay.
And where are you from exactly?
From Wellingborough. It's like East Anglia in England.
So you're making my accent come out.
Yeah. So you got to remember, Netter grew up with her mom speaking in a Lancashire accent, so she does have a tendency to fall into it once in a while.
She always says,
okay.
I'm a Lancashire lassie.
Oh, you're speaking Scottish.
Oh,
I actually don't know any Scottish. I'm not from there in any way.
Oh, that's
I do have part of my family from Ireland.
Dude, I super appreciate you staying up. Well, staying up or getting up early. I'm not sure which you've done.
I've stayed up. It's like nearly 4:30 right now.
Oh, dude. Dude, you did that for me. I super appreciate it. That's very encouraging that you'd make that sacrifice for me.
Yeah.
Are you gonna sleep? You're just gonna sleep in on Saturday? Is that it?
Actually, I'm just gonna stay awake all day Saturday and then go sleep late in the day.
Dude, I'm so sorry, but thank you so much for coming to hang out with me. I super appreciate that.
I've actually done it loads of times. It normally helps to just sleep through or just stay awake through the night and then all day the next day in order to actually like reset my sleep pattern.
Yeah, I've been there and I've done that. Yeah, that was especially with me. Netter and I got really off when we were both out of work, and there was nothing keeping us from just staying up until 4, 5, 6. Okay, let's go to bed. We'll take a nap. We'll wake up at 5 in the evening, 6 in the evening, whatever. We became vampires. It was just crazy. But yeah, I don't know if you caught that, Matthew, but my pronunciation, did you hear me say appreciate?
Yeah, I did. I'm using headphones right now, so you're actually coming up slightly quiet. I'm not unplugging them because if I do, I'll get a feedback loop, and I don't want that.
I'm a huge Anglophile, so a lot of people in high school used to pick on me because I would pronounce certain words with not a British accent, but the British pronunciation. So I would say things like appreciate, schedule, issue. And they'd be like, why do you pronounce it that way? And I'd be like, well, how is it spelled? Appreciate doesn't have an SH in it. Why do you say appreciate? It sounds like you're drunk. And here I am drunk saying appreciate. Speaking of which, sweetie, I'm broken.
I'm not giving you more liquor. I'll give you Dr. Pepper.
It's my birthday.
You've had 2 big ones.
But that was over an hour ago. I've been sipping it.
See what he does to me?
Yeah, I'm terrible. It's my birthday. I'm taking advantage of it.
Are you going to make my Scottish come out?
I'm gonna make your Scottish. Oh, she's got Scottish, she's got British, she's got a wee bit of Irish in there.
Yeah, but I don't have a really good Irish accent. I never picked that up from my
because
mother.
It's such a wee bit.
Well, see, my mother's from Lancashire, England, Oldham, and my grandfather's Scottish, and my grandmother's Welsh, and I'm a wee bit of Irish along the way, but I don't know how much of it is Irish.
She's got representation on the whole aisle, doesn't she? Wow.
Some cousins or something are Irish, but yeah, my grandfather was Scottish, and my grandmother was Welsh. So yeah.
Anyway, so I guess that's the really, really long way of coming around and saying, gosh, I thank you so much for making the sacrifices. Basically, You're not sleeping at all tonight just to come and wish me a happy birthday.
That's no problem.
You're good people. Let me tell you. So what's going on over there? What's happening on your side of the pond? You guys are struggling with am I correct? You're a bit of a Doctor Who fan, right?
Yep, I have been a Doctor Who fan most of my life.
Did you see my video? Go ahead.
I actually came into the series like near the end of Christopher Eccleston's run as the Doctor, but it was David Tennant that really got me into the show.
Okay, so you're a younger fan, am I right?
Yes, I was born in the mid-90s.
Okay, fair enough. I needed a baseline to know where we were coming from. Did you see my video about the Doctor Who videos?
Not all of them. I did watch a video about the Timeless Children. Okay,
fair enough. I did a video talking about just being a Doctor Who fan and the fact that I have, the full collection, not only what was released commercially, but I've created DVDs of all of the loose cannon videos. Do you know what I'm talking about when I say loose cannon?
No.
Okay, so you do know that like the first and second Doctor, maybe the third, some of the third Doctor, a lot of those episodes were lost, right?
I did not know that. I've not actually seen any of classic Doctor Who. I'm still
No,
working on getting
no, that's
through.
fine. I totally get that. If you haven't seen, like say prior to Eccleston, you wouldn't know this. But all of that stuff from the 60s and 70s, BBC didn't hold on to those videos. They the way BBC worked, and I think some of American television was the same way. They didn't do syndication the way they do now. So if you did a show and you showed a video, you might get one rerun of it, and then that's it. You didn't have rights to show those episodes again. So they saw no reason to hold on to the magnetic media of those, and they would use I say VHS, but what they really were VTRs, the tapes of those recordings. Those tapes were so expensive, the BBC would just record over them.
You can have this if you eat this.
You want me to take a booze sponge? Okay.
Yes.
Fair enough. So they what they did was they created they would wipe the VTRs and record over them and do something else. So most of the first and second Doctors were completely lost. What does exist, however, is the fans. This was, of course, before it was common to have some recording media in your home, except for audio recording. So people made audio recordings of Doctor Who episodes. Fans did. So because of fans, there is audio recording of every single episode of Doctor Who going all the way back to the first William Hartnell episode. The BBC put out a plea and said, yeah, we know that technically it's not legal, but we know you've done this. If you have a good recording of all of these episodes, if you share them with us, we would very much like to remaster them and release them. And at least 2 fans had every single episode and returned those to the BBC. So all of those audios exist. And I think it was Big Finish had the license, and they remastered them and put out CDs of all these episodes. And that's why we have gotten, at least some episodes have animation reconstructions. But the fans have gotten a hold of telesnaps and done. Telesnaps are basically photographs that were taken of the production of these episodes that still exist.
Okay.
And they've taken those still pictures and made I don't know what you'd call them, like a PowerPoint type flash videos of them, married those to the audio that exist, and released them for free on the internet. Technically not 100% legal, but they're out there. Well, I've downloaded those and made DVDs of them. So I technically, sort of, to the best that a fan can, have literally every single episode of Doctor Who, on DVD. Yes, really, it's just the audio with some telesnaps, but it's the best you can do for now. And of course, I update my collection as the BBC releases. They find new oh yeah, in Zimbabwe they actually had a film copy of it, and so we've transferred that to DVD and made that available. Whatever, those things happen. Or yes, we had the audio for that episode, so we made a cartoon of it using such and such animation studio, and we're releasing that on DVD. I'll pick those up, but so yeah. I have a really good literally the most complete collection, and I did a DVD. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I did a YouTube video about that on my channel. You can check that out if you have.
Okay. Yeah, I will watch those videos. I do
But
love
anyway,
learning.
I was sharing that with you indirectly in chats because you know, I was just sharing, because I'm an old fart and I'm an old Doctor Who fan. Doctor Who is a little bit different. We have a different perspective on Doctor Who in the U.S. than you do over there. Over there, I don't know, let's say your father, for example, may have literally watched Doctor Who since the beginning,
He
on
never actually
DVD.
talked about classic Doctor Who much. He did watch it with me and my sisters when we were younger. It was actually my mum that didn't like it.
Is your dad a fan?
I suppose a more apt word would be was a fan.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize.
No, it's okay. I've not said anything about it, so it doesn't. So it's not that
But
surprising that you don't know.
That's the sort of thing I'm talking about, though. It's a previous generation that would have experienced it. Actually, let's face it, we're talking back to the '60s here, so this actually
Yep,
even predates me.
Even
But
before Star Trek.
so yeah, exactly. I think that Doctor Who had a great deal of impact on Doctor Who had a great deal of impact on Star Trek because it did predate Star Trek.
And also a movie called Forbidden Planet had a strong influence on a classic or original series Star Trek.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. When Big Al did the rewatch on that, we kind of touched on that too. But here in the United States, obviously we didn't have the BBC. We were picking it up on, I guess,
PBS
yeah.
channels.
For us in Chicago, it was WTTW, PBS.
That's public television.
Yeah, our public television is very different from BBC. It works very differently. So every municipality has their own affiliate of PBS, and not all of them carry the same shows. And here in Chicago, we did a really good job of making sure that we had as much Doctor Who as we could get, because the way PBS works over here, it's not like BBC where it's automatically taken from you, if you know what I mean. It's
because you have to pay for your television out there, don't you?
Right? Is that true? You have to pay like a licensing fee for BBC. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's on different stations. Like what I use currently is Virgin Media, but they also have Sky and Freesat and probably others, but I don't know any of the other ones.
So here,
pay for different channels. We have specific channels depending on which one we have.
Yeah. Here, we don't have a single PBS. We have a PBS affiliate for each municipality. So in Chicago, it's WTTW, and they kind of have a certain amount of autonomy to decide what shows they carry. So just because we have Doctor Who on WTTW doesn't necessarily mean that, New York does. They did, but they didn't necessarily have to. In fact, some of these lost episodes of Doctor Who, and I would encourage you, if you're at all interested, do a search on Google for lost Doctor Who episodes. It'll bring you to a wiki site that talks about it. But some of those lost episodes actually came back to the UK from Chicago, because they would send an episode over and they just kind of sat on it because they didn't have anything else to do with it when they were supposed to have sent it back to the BBC or have destroyed it. They didn't. Hey, amen. It exists. Let's get it back to the BBC so they can re-release it. But anyway, I used to watch Doctor Who, and we didn't get it right from, it's not like today where you'll have an episode of Doctor Who and then the following day we get it on BBC America. Back then, it was you got an episode and then they sold it, or I guess I should say licensed it to the United States PBS, and they would pay whatever the licensing fee is. They play it once, and then that was it. We didn't get the first and second Doctor. We got the third Doctor, and they played those all the way through till they got to the end. And then it was either they went on to the fourth Doctor, or can we get some of those first and second Doctor episodes?
When I started watching Doctor Who, I started with Tom Baker, and absolutely loved him as a Doctor. I thought he was so quirky. And then right in the middle of his season, I started seeing John Pertwee.
Yeah, it was all completely out of order for us, and it was difficult. If we didn't have things like oh, help me out. What is that magazine that's the big Doctor Who magazine over there?
Actually, don't know, because I never had that when I was younger.
Is it Radio Time? I think it's Radio Time. No. Is that the magazine?
I don't know which one.
I don't know. There's a Doctor Who official magazine that we used to get over here that you had over there. And if we didn't have access to that, we would have been kind of lost on what was going on. But when I got to high school, I had a buddy who was really into Doctor Who, and he really kind of pulled me into it. That and a show called, and again, I know this is before your time, but there was a show called The Tripods, and there was there was a show called Blake 7. If you've never seen
I've heard of Blake 7, but not the other one.
Oh,
I've not watched any of it, so I don't know what it's like.
Matthew, if you have an opportunity, check out Blake 7. Not all of the episodes are good, but the ones that are good are excellent. In fact, if anybody in the stream is a fan of Firefly is heavily influenced on Blake 7. That is the one thing that I feel like if they were to do a reboot or a remake, I would love to see. Oh my gosh. In fact, I'll have to do a video sometime about Blake 7. Blake 7, there's a story about Blake 7 that's very personal that relates to Nanette and I and how we first started dating and everything. I'll have to share that sometime. But Matthew, if you get an opportunity, check it. I know all of these episodes, at least in the United States, you can find on YouTube. I don't know if I don't know if you have a region restriction or whatever. But
you notice that he's looking around like shiny object and forgetting what he's saying, and then goes on to something
the
else.
more I drink, the more my attention span kind of gets lost. So please forgive me. But anyway, let me back up a second. Let me focus on you for a second, Matthew. Matthew, you stayed up all this time just to wish me a happy birthday. I super appreciate it. Do you have a YouTube channel? Should we be following you? Should the people in the stream, do you have content that you want to share with us? Tell us what's going on, man.
I do have an account. I have 4 videos uploaded, but that was like 5 years ago. I don't know if they're really worth watching. I don't mind if anyone chooses to watch them.
What is your about section in your channel? What would you say your channel's about?
Gaming videos.
Oh,
that's what it was like 5 years ago when I uploaded those videos. That's what I was going for. Although then I didn't have a microphone, so the only audio is from the games themselves.
Yeah.
And what is your channel called?
What's that?
What is your channel called?
Yeah, what's the name of your channel, Matthew?
Oh, it's just my name.
Oh, Matthew Flynn.
Yeah.
Okay, so guys, if you can, just do a YouTube search for Matthew Flynn. Check out his stuff. Subscribe, like every single one of his videos. And if you're anything like me, take all of his videos, set them to play. Even if you're not going to sit and watch them, just set them to play, and that just gives them views. That's good stuff.
Do you know what your picture is for your YouTube channel?
Yeah, what's the picture of? Well, is this is it, isn't it? Let me focus.
No, it's not this one.
It's not this one.
This is just one that I've chosen because I really like this one. But hold on, if I change
now I'm curious.
the avatar.
I'm gonna look at it. Let me
If I change the avatar for a moment to what the YouTube channel
Are
is,
those
so I can...
are those Transformers?
Yes, they are.
You're a Transformers fan?
Yep, I have been collecting since 2015. I've been collecting the modern figures. I haven't got that many of the classic figures.
Do you
In fact,
follow
at least
do you follow channels like Retro Blasting and whatnot? That
not retro blasting.
Okay. Well, Retro Blasting mostly does like Star Wars and some of that, but they do some Transformers videos as well. Toy Polloi is another one.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, exactly.
Okay, if I very quick.
Oh,
can you see that?
Of course.
Yeah,
of
that.
course. That helps Netter find your channel. I appreciate that.
I've already commented a few times on the stream or on the
Of course.
YouTube side.
Of course, you absolutely have. And if I wasn't as messed up as I am right now, I'd have been able to point her to it.
Well, what gets me is that it used to be that in YouTube, there were 3 dots after the person's name, and you can just click on that
There
and it
used
would
to
go
be.
right
That's
to
true.
their channel, and it doesn't do that anymore.
Yeah, it does make it a little bit more challenging. That's why I asked the question that I do.
I'm just going to point out that the figures you see in the picture aren't the full collection. They're just the ones that are like right next to my computer and monitor.
Oh, so those are
because there's a shelf right here behind or next to me.
That's a picture that you took.
Yes.
Oh, that's cool.
Because
that is really,
directly
really
above them on the wall is a poster of the GTA 5 map. Because I bought the PC version of that game when it came out.
Nice. So I'm not a huge Transformers fan, so let me ask you, since you are, how do you feel about those Michael Bay films?
Do not like them at all.
Nice.
I have many problems with them.
Nice.
Mixture of story and visual reasons why I don't like them.
I had that same impression, but I couldn't make any assumptions because not being a big fan, I didn't know, but that's what I suspected.
I do find it very funny that Michael Bay has often said in interviews that he doesn't care for the G1 cartoon, but some of the plots of the movies rip directly from the cartoon. Like the second film has the machine under the pyramid to absorb the energy from the sun.
Mm-hmm.
That was actually taken directly from a season 1 or 2 episode from the cartoon where Megatron built a machine to absorb energy from the sun.
Do you feel that when they do that they what am I trying to say? When they do something like that, do you feel that they focus in on the cartoons without understanding the context?
Definitely. I mean, somebody behind the scenes must care. That's obviously why something like that's in there.
The reason I ask that is because I see that a lot with, for example, and Aged Boomer, if you're still in the stream, we'll talk about this on Sunday. The recent Wonder Woman 84. I feel like there was elements of the comics that were squeezed in there without any idea about why. It's like they decided to add Wonder Woman in that armor from Kingdom Come, but it's not a story about Kingdom Come. This is something that takes place in 84.
Yeah,
it's like this makes no sense, I mean, that would be like, I don't know. I can't even think of an example. It's there's a great line from Star Trek 3 when they're talking about, the language of whales. And they're saying, well, couldn't we just play back recordings of whale song? And Spock's like, well, we could, but without understanding the language, we'd be playing back gibberish. And I feel like that's what a lot of people are doing when they're saying, oh, well, this is from the comics. Let's squeeze that into this movie. But you have no understanding of the context,
Yeah.
So that's kind of...
I mean, I have seen all 13 Star Trek movies because I've got them all on DVD, and I have Next Generation, Original Series, and DS9.
Wow, so you're a big Star Trek fan too.
Yep.
So
I did see a few episodes of Next Generation early on.
You and I need to like do a joint stream, I think, because I really want to talk Doctor Who. I want to get you to watch Blake 7, and we probably, now that you've said this, I feel like we should talk Star Trek, because I feel like you would probably have kind of a different point of view. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because other side of the pond, culture, so forth.
Yeah.
Just guessing.
Yeah. I know in an earlier stream you mentioned when I commented on something about Transformers, I think it was about actors, Star Trek actors that have appeared in Transformers. Like you have Leonard Nimoy voicing Galvatron, Roger C. Carmel voicing Cyclonus. Who else was there? Oh yeah, George Takei voiced Alpha Trion in a later show.
Mm-hmm.
There were definitely a few others, but I can't remember the names.
I definitely feel like voice actors do not get enough credit for what they do. They are actors, and they are portraying these characters just as surely as the physical actors that play these roles. I'm starting to see that more and more as I look at Mark Hamill, you know, playing or playing, you know, the different roles that he does.
And some of the voice roles he's done.
Oh yeah! Just as an aside, I was
Philod Ozai from Avatar. That's the only one I can think of.
You know how on YouTube you have a tendency to go down rabbit holes. You know, one video leads you to another. I was watching a series of videos that were really just interviews of Mark Hamill, and I realized, I kind of knew this already. Mark Hamill's an incredible voice talent, and he actually. He said this himself. He said that people tend to think, oh, you are an actor, but you kind of fell back on voice acting. He said, no. I always wanted to be a voice actor. That was my goal. You know, I idolized people that did, you know, the voice of Daffy Duck, or no, excuse me, it was Donald Duck, and so on and so forth. You know, those were things that he aspired to. So getting to do voice acting was a goal for him, not something he fell back on. And I super appreciate that about him. But let's face it, he's a talented actor. He's a talented voice actor. And he really gets his craft. We'll put aside his politics. We'll put aside, you know, all the rest of it, you know, and admire him for the talent that he has.
I do definitely prefer the actors that can just put that aside. Like Keanu Reeves, I know he's someone who doesn't talk about his political opinion.
And look at how popular he is. Everybody loves him.
Everyone loves him.
Nobody can.
I think it's because I think he lives outside of Hollywood. Yeah, I have heard Hollywood's the most intolerant place in America.
There's a certain wisdom to that. You'll hear Big Alan and Netter and myself bring up Dolly Parton, who refuses to talk about, when asked directly about her politics, she refuses to talk about it. And I just think that's so classy, you know. Understanding that your fans don't care about what your political opinions are. Your fans are fans of yours because of your whatever it is you do, acting, singing, whatever, you know. I don't mean to belittle any performer when I say, you know, just shut up and sing or shut up and act. But you know what? Nobody wants to hear my politics. They want me to do whatever my job is. I would never bring up my politics in the workplace, for example, right? Because that would be inappropriate. I feel it's absolutely inappropriate for these actors to, you know, try to push their politics and so forth. I always feel like you're alienating half of your audience if you do that. Where's the logic in that?
Yeah. Anyway. Oh yeah, circling back to the point I started with and didn't finish.
Sorry. Remember, I've been drinking, so keep that in mind and give me some grace. Thank you.
Yeah. When you mentioned on a different dream about not really understanding Transformers, or I think it was about them being like alive or having emotion and that sort of thing, and then but also being robots.
Yeah.
That's actually something writers kind of forget about them, because they'll write them as being like robots rather than actual living beings.
Yeah.
Because they were designed to have like individual emotion and personalities.
Yeah, I feel like that's anyone who grew up in the 80s watching their cartoons, they totally got these are artificial intelligence that have, thoughts and feelings and emotions that they're just different life form, and you gotta treat them as such, and that's the problem. I feel like these modern writers just don't get the medium that they're working in, and the franchise they're writing for.
The best way to think of Transformers is they're human, but they're not human.
Yes, exactly. Well, I mean, Star Trek did a great job of dealing with this. In the episode of Next Gen,
Do you mean with
Measure of a
Data?
Man. Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
He was my favorite character on that show.
Right? And Picard makes the argument, we're here to seek out new life and new civilizations. Well, there it is. That's Data. He is a new life form, and we will be judged in the future by how we treat him.
I think he mentioned something about creating a slave race out of copies of Data.
Exactly. When he has that conversation with Guinan about slavery, I love the way Whoopi Goldberg played that, because he says, you're talking about slavery. And she says, oh, I think that's a bit strong. And she meant it. She was poking at him, because that's exactly what she meant. And I thought that was just brilliant. And unfortunately, I feel like this new Picard series just threw all that away and forgot about it. And it's like,
I haven't watched any of Picard. I just refuse to watch it.
You have done yourself a great service. Let me say that, Matthew, because if you had watched it, that is time of your life you cannot get back. It is these people who have written these shows, whether it's Discovery or Picard, they didn't watch these episodes. They don't care about Star Trek, and they're making up something completely new from their own heads, and it has nothing to do with these characters that we grew up with. And that's very, very sad, because
I just heard everything that the show was like going on that show, and I was just like, nope, not watching it.
You did absolutely well. And I watched the first season of Discovery, and I watched like the first couple episodes of Picard, and I quit. In fact, I have to actually thank Big Al for this. He was jibing at me, and he said, well, you're still watching it. And I'm like, yeah, I am. Why am I doing that? All I'm doing is torturing myself. So I quit. Same thing with Doctor Who. When, Dr. Her took over, I kind of was like, this is clearly not Doctor Who anymore. They've decided to break with canon. This isn't the Doctor Who that has anything to do with anything that I grew up with. I'm just going to quit. I'm not even going to watch it anymore. And that's why I didn't continue to go on and do videos about these things and whatnot. Because I can't comment on these things intelligently, because all I know is secondhand from Midnight's Edge and those blokes, right?
Yeah. Whereabouts in Doctor Who was it you stopped watching?
I watched most of the first season of the first female Doctor, played by Jodie Whittaker, and then I quit.
Okay, I stopped watching too long before that. About over halfway through Matt Smith's run. But that wasn't really like, I didn't find a problem with it. It's just at that point I was like slowly moving further away from it. And I just decided, I'm gonna stop watching now.
Fair enough. Did you so you never even got into Capaldi at all?
No, I didn't watch any of his. I've seen some of the
That's
stuff that's happened on there, but I haven't seen absolutely everything.
that's a shame. And if you haven't seen it, you've probably gotten a skewed impression of it because there were some very good episodes of Peter Capaldi, and there were some very cringy moments in Capaldi. Capaldi did an incredible job. Capaldi, as an actor, was every bit as good
Yeah.
a doctor as Tennant because they were fans. They knew who the
Yeah.
doctor was. You know what I mean?
Is it Capaldi's run that has the episode with the hairy moon spiders?
Let me think. No.
The one of the spiders was Jodie Whittaker.
Yeah, I think Jodie Whittaker and the Donald Trump stand-in were, and you know, if I was monetized, I just got myself demonetized by mentioning Trump, right? But
Considering it's BBC, I'm not surprised there's a Trump analog.
yeah, and they keep bringing that bloke up. It's Mr. Big from
Yeah, Orange Man Bad, all that crap.
Oh gosh. I desperately want to do a stream with you just talking about Doctor Who and the politics and whatnot. I think we could have a lot of fun with it, Matthew.
I know in America there's more of a right-wing, left-wing bias with the news media, but that's not the case over here. Literally all the mainstream medias are all left-wing.
Matthew, I'm such a great Anglophile. I would love to just kind of pick your brain and kind of see what's going on your side of the pond a little bit. Your side of the pond, and I don't mean Amelia Pond. Matthew Smith, you should know that reference. So anyway, Matthew, I thank you so much. I'm going to kick you loose because Sound Engraver has been waiting so patiently to jump in.
I'm sorry, Sound Engraver, for holding.
Oh, don't be sorry. It's my show. It's my birthday. I can keep you as long as I want to, but
I would love to also do some kind of Transformers stream as well, because I could probably talk for hours about Transformers.
If we do a Transformers stream together, you're going to have to do educate Troy on the Transformers, because I know a little bit about the 80s cartoon, and that's about it.
Yeah, and then the Marvel comic at the time was not completely different, but there were definitely divergent continuities between those two.
Fair enough.
And then even more diverging even further with the UK comic, or the UK Marvel comic.
Is it? Oh, so there was a different comic in the UK than there was in the US?
At first, the Marvel UK imprint was just reprinting the US stories, but then later on we started writing our own stories.
Fair enough.
Yeah, because we were releasing it weekly rather than monthly, so we had more, or I suppose less time actually.
Weekly comics. I could do a whole stream about weekly comics, because we're not used to weekly comics here in the US, and we have had them. There was a period of time when Action Comics, the Superman title, went to weekly, and I swear I have all of them, and I still to this day have not read them because I just couldn't keep up with them. It was just too much for me to handle.
Yeah.
Actually,
the Transformers comic licenses passed on to different comic book companies, because it started with Marvel, then it moved over to Dreamwave, and then after Dreamwave lost the license, it then went to IDW.
I tell you, IDW, I'll probably be talking about that in a future study hall stream, but I think IDW is probably the future of comics at this point, because it's looking more and more like DC and Marvel are both going to be going out of business if they continue along this route. Anyway, Matthew, I thank you so much for being here. I am going to bring Sound Engraver in, so by all means, message me on MeWe. Thank you, by the way, for connecting with me on MeWe. Let's plan a future dual stream. Okay,
I'll upload a few pictures there if it'll allow me. I did the same on Facebook, and then Facebook got rid of my account.
MeWe has all the same functionality as Facebook. It just takes a little while to find where the icons are on the screen, but it's there. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Matthew. Take care, my friend. Bye-bye.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you for being here.
I am so sorry to keep you waiting for so long, Sound Engraver, but once I get to chatting, and I didn't want to, just rush through people. I wanted.
No, you're good. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine. You sound beautiful.
Well, happy birthday. Happy new decade.
Oh gosh, thank you on both accounts. Thank you so much. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well. I've been busy, but it sounds like you've been busy too with your new work. So good to hear.
I am, and even I have to be fair to the company I'm working for. They're really great about, what, you start at a certain time, you end at a certain time, you're done. But I do tend to be very appreciative of being gainfully employed. So I definitely want to give them at least their due. And that's a big change from where I was unemployed, not at work, and had nothing to do but oh hey, let me do a spreadsheet for the Professor Geek group, and let me update this page, and let me I was just looking to stay busy.
Yeah, no, that's been fantastic, and I think I would have to say, oh, hello, lovely Netter. I have to say, lovely Netter.
Hi, MJ. How you doing?
Good. It sounds like you're sitting right next to your man there.
She is. She absolutely is. We're on the same mic. I know the mic sounds slightly muffled, but Netter does have a new mic ordered.
It should be here tomorrow.
That's good.
Yeah, that Professor Geek recommended to us, so we're going to be using basically the same mic that he recommended to us.
That's good. I wanted to. It's sounding good. I know there's a lot of testing and stuff, but actually, how you sound on the study hall sounds great. I don't know if you do anything different.
This was I'll be honest with you. I saw you in the queue, and this whole time I've been very, very nervous because I was afraid that I was going to start getting a reprimand about my last study hall.
I mean, yeah, you got riled up. I mean, it's all good. I don't know who this guy is who made you so mad.
Hidalgo? Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, that's the thing is I go to you guys for all my geek news updates because I just don't
It's okay to say you go to Aged Boomer for all your geek news. I'm just the co-host.
I've said it on my stream. I love the dynamic relationship between you two because it's like
you have said that, yes, and I super appreciate that. I really do.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You guys, you're really fun to listen to. You guys have me crack up with all the news and the business side of things and stuff like that.
A little peek behind the curtain for everybody who's listening. You all know. I mean, if you listen to the Sunday show, the study hall, Aged Boomer, we have the live stream on Sunday, and then throughout the week, Aged Boomer will edit up that stream and put out the individual topics as separate videos. So when he does, I'll go back and listen to them. I got to tell you, it's the weirdest thing because it's like listening to some other YouTuber like Midnight's Edge or something. I'll hear myself, but it's like I'm hearing somebody else. And I'll be like, hey, that's a really good point. Oh, that was me that said that. I'll forget what I said until I hear it in his, re-release of the video.
Do you ever, when you check yourself on the replay, do you ever forget what you say and then your future you says exactly what your past you said and you're like, yep, you're still.
Sometimes, absolutely. And then sometimes I'll say something that I'll hear myself say something that I forgot, and I'll be like, oh, that's a good point, or oh, I've forgotten that. You know what I mean? It really is. It's like listening to. Well, that might also be because I'm getting to be an old fart and I'm forgetting stuff. I don't know.
I forget the stuff too. I'll go back. Actually, sometimes I'll look back at what I said because like I'll have someone in the chat, dispute me on something.
Sure.
And I've actually been told I've like been contradicted. I'm like, oh, where did I contradict myself? And then you have to check and stuff. But yeah, no, it's good.
I think that Aged Boomer and I have a pretty decent dynamic, and he does something. So you've heard me on his stream, and you've heard me possibly on Mr. Matchstick's channel. Very, very different dynamic, because
I can see that.
Mr. Matchstick does something that Aged Boomer doesn't. Aged Boomer will say, "Okay, I'm gonna go live. Here we go," and then he'll go live. Mr. Matchstick will have a stream going where it's me and him and Wolf 10 Media, and we'll just be talking, chit-chatting, blah, 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 blah. And he'll just, at the time that we're supposed to go live, he'll just hit the go live, and we'll be on for like 2, 3, 4 minutes before he goes, "Oh, by the way, we're live," in case you didn't know.
Oh, man.
and I'll just freeze. I'll have that pucker moment where I go, have I said anything inappropriate that I should? And I'm pretty much off the cuff anyway, so I don't usually say anything, in private that I wouldn't say publicly. But it's like I have that moment where I go, "Oh, we're live. What did I say? What have they heard?" And it's just so funny, especially when I listen to it on the replay.
There's definitely that edge when you see the red button go on. And I mean, and you are too, and Annette is this way too, where you guys are just yourselves on stream, and I'm myself on stream. I guess hopefully the prof can attest to the fact that I sound the same in real life.
He's just doing that for fun. He's really doing it though. I mean, it's a great shtick, So on Wolf 10 Media, on Aged Boomer's channel, I'll be like, "Oh, well, you didn't hear what we were talking about backstage, but blah, 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 blah." I don't have that option on Mr. Matchstick's channel. It's like, "Well, you heard everything we were talking about."
I'm just sitting here while he's backstage with Boomer, and I'll be like, "You're doing all the good stuff now. Wait till you're on."
Yeah, so last week that happened. There's that 15 minutes before you go live, and I'm having this conversation with Boomer, and Netter's like, "You're kind of blowing it all right now. Wait, hold on," and actually, I hope if Aged Boomer's still in the chat, I hope you don't mind me sharing this. I'm sure you'll talk about this on Sunday. One of the things we want to do is take that conversation, treat it like a pre-show, make a whole separate video of that, and put that out. He wants to put that on a different platform. So,
okay.
That's something that we're probably going to be doing going forward. So it's kind of worth it. But there's nothing, honestly. Whatever 2 hours that I spend on the study hall is literally just me and Aged Boomer having a conversation, just like we're having right now. Just hanging out, chatting. Yes, we have a list of topics we want to talk about, but by and large, it's not at all scripted. It's just two friends talking, and
I love his sometimes he'll posit something like with a statement or a question. And sometimes the reaction just
I know exactly.
I bust laughing so hard.
He's a great host, isn't he? Because he knows if he says something, he'll get me going, and I'll just start rolling. And he's like, "Okay, this is good for my algorithms because I just got Troy going." And last week was a perfect example of that. He purposely was pushing my buttons, and I don't know if you caught. Well, of course you caught this. Of course you did. He releases the individual segments, and for whatever reason, he chose to take my Pablo Hidalgo and just release it without censorship or editing or whatever. And he listed it as I don't know, like not suitable for all audiences or something like that. And at first I thought that was a YouTube thing that he got hit with. And I'm like, dude, you were supposed to edit this before you put this out there. He's like, dude, I didn't want to edit you. You were so passionate. I just wanted to get it out there. And I'm like, I know you're not monetized, but I don't want to get you ineligible for monetization. He goes, well, I'll put out a second version of it. That I said, because editing it could actually be fun. You know, if I say something that's inappropriate and you cover it up with a squeaky noise or a fart noise or something like that, that could be funny, you know.
I was trying to listen to that video while kind of listening to you guys talk too, but I couldn't find the sound effect, so I'll have to refer back to that another time.
Yeah, he put out a second video that's basically the same video but edited. I haven't even listened to it yet, but I honestly, even as I was last week doing the show, I was like, oh, Sound Engraver is going to give me grief about this. I know she is, but I couldn't. I was so embroiled in the passion that I was like, you know what? I'm just going to be myself. And if Agent Boomer has a problem with it, he can talk to me about it. He's like, no, that was good. That was great. This is going to be great for, engagement and whatnot. I'm like, it's your channel, dude.
I love that you're kind of, oh yeah, that is your channel and stuff. Sometimes I'll refer to Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker. The Wonder Woman, Critical Drinker, I mean, I kind of had to clean my ears after that and kind of I had to have a cleanse. I had to have a ritual. I don't know. But that
you're so sweet, Sound Engraver. You really are. I mean, you are. I want to address the stream about Sound Engraver. She is so genuine. Her innocence is real. It's mind-blowing, and it's a little bit convicting because she sometimes will say things in live streams and she has no clue what we're talking about, and it's like, God bless you.
That's right.
Because you are so innocent. And let me just say, Professor Geek is a lucky guy. He really is.
I like to think so too. but your
honesty. Oh, nice.
What's he's a wonderful man. Well, actually, a lot of the sincerity and the honesty in our relationship is all thanks to you, Troy, because it was you who started the being direct thing. And so before we started dating, we just had it out like, oh, what about these things? And what about these things?
Wait. Back up a second there. I'm kind of missing the nuance of what the direct thing. Help me out there.
I can't remember if it was behind this backstage or on the stream, but it was one of the noir rewatches, and I think it was before I let him know that I was into him, and I didn't know he was digging me too. So I sort of hinted toward him, like, okay, remember what Troy said about, people being interested in each other and being direct with each other and stuff. And
was that because I was sharing about, or it was probably both me and Ned are sharing about, how I was completely clueless about her. And I was like, look, if you're into me, you got to be completely, you just got to.
I think that's what it was.
Don't assume I understand. You got to say it, right?
Exactly. So, we have you guys to thank for that.
Oh, thank you. Professor Geek is saying, I don't know what I did to end up with such an angel. Let me tell you, and I'm going to tell both of you, Sound Engraver, that is the secret of our success. Okay. If you both look at the other person and realize how lucky you are, you will have a successful relationship. As long as I have realized how lucky I am to have Netter, you know, I'm going to treat her right. Okay. And for whatever reason, crazy as she is, she thinks she's lucky to be with me. So as long as that's there, you know, that keeps us locked together. And that's the secret of our success. If anyone has ever wondered, you know, how somebody can have 30 years of marriage.
28.
Well, I'm rounding, okay. 30 years of marriage, okay, and still be in love and still be, you know, have neither one of us even think about anyone else. That's the secret, you know.
Yeah.
And that's beyond even things like religious convictions and things like that. It's just knowing that that's life. You're a lucky guy. Don't mess it up. And waking up every day and realizing that. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
So anyway, that's the secret of our success. Just wanted to share it with you because I really want to see you guys be successful.
Oh, thank you. 2021.
Well,
who knows?
and as we were talking about, you know, in backstages of different live streams and so forth, you know, I even said to Nanette, I was like, you know, they've acknowledged the, in quotes, shipping that we've done of these two. I wonder if we really had any impact on their relationship, or if it would have happened completely without us even being around. And she's like, well, I like to think that, you know, we had an impact on them.
Let me point something out. I will say it was really Xanadu when I got sort of a hint that he was liking me.
Oh, it was that long. It took until Xanadu, really?
Yeah. I mean, well, because I actually didn't really think of him. Like I didn't have a crush on him, even when we were doing the, you know, like Dr. Horrible and stuff like that.
Yeah, you didn't have a crush on him.
It started happening probably the third stream of my live streams when he was, oh, there he is. Yep. Hey, man. Is he on?
Yes, he is. And he's not even muted. He's just there. Professor Geek, you are on the air with Sound Engraver.
Maybe he has some mic trouble.
That might be.
He's been having mic trouble.
Don't worry about it. Just go on, Sound Engraver. You were saying.
Okay. So I remember when I decided to do live streams because I just didn't have time to do the you know, the lighting and the commentary videos like most YouTubers. So I'm like, okay, I'll just talk about this stuff all, you know, live. And when he came on board on the chat, I was so overwhelmed. I'm like, that's so cool. He has nothing to do with me. I'm just talking about music.
It helps to turn the mic on. Sorry.
There you go. We were wondering what was going on because I'm like, he's not muted. Otherwise, there'd be a little icon that says he was muted.
Yeah, I've still got my rig set up for the game playthroughs in here, so it's a different setting and everything. But no, I heard Sound Engraver laying all the dirt on our relationship, all the juicy details there behind the scenes.
You know what? I can't let her have her side. I got to get my side in too.
Wolf's kind of saying, what is that icon, Professor Geek?
And not only that, but I actually have to pull a Professor Geek right now because I need to step away because I
he needs to visit the
I need to pull Professor Geek. I'll be right back. You go ahead.
That is the Prof signal. Al made that for me. It's part of the cover photo for the Professor Geek group. That's my bat signal, but just to get me to come to your aid, you have to shine my beard in the sky.
Cool.
My iconic beard.
It took probably a good 1 to 2 weeks to really study that shape before I knew what it was.
Really? Seriously?
Yeah, I thought it was like, is that a bird? Is that a spaceship?
Oh, okay.
I can't tell. But then I'm like, oh, that's his beard.
Yep, that's it.
You need the mask.
That's right. Yeah, I need to put the blue mask. That's right, over that as well. Well, it couldn't be blue for a light, but yeah.
That would be good. I'd like that. I would like.
Cool.
Yeah. Did I say the story right, Prof?
I think so. Well, there was a little bit of a delay in coming onto the stream versus listening back in. So I think you got it right. What you said, you just said it was around Xanadu that you started suspecting and whatnot.
I didn't really think you were, digging me until that probably our. No, it was during the live stream, and then it was the backstage. Well, actually, it was backstage. We were talking until like 3 in the morning, and I'm like, he's supposed to be an introvert, so I think it's something else.
I thought holding up the boombox outside your window with "In Your Eyes" by Peter Gabriel would do the trick, but I guess that didn't quite clue you in yet.
No bass playing. No. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But.
So I was just coming on to say happy birthday to Troy. Then he goes to.
I'll be there in a second. I can talk, but I can't hear.
He was relieving himself.
Okay.
Festivity there, I see.
Okay, what did I miss?
I can't remember.
The story that Sound Engraver was saying.
Oh, you know what? I'll catch it on the rewatch. That's fine.
We're also saying that on his icon here, he needs to have the mask.
I should.
Oh yeah, we sent you that mask for crying out loud.
I wore it. You know what? I'm going to do a game playthrough tomorrow. I was going to do it tonight, but I forgot you were doing your birthday thing. So I'm going to do it tomorrow. I'll try and start a little earlier than your rewatch, but I'll wear the mask. The mask will be on while I'm playing Star Wars.
Oh, dude, I didn't mean to, break your stride or whatever.
No, you had it planned long before I.
Why?
Do it.
Why would you do that?
You guys were saying that avatar didn't work. I just thought maybe I should change it.
Oh, he's getting it. Why? Why would you do that?
I was gonna say. Tom Spiegel says the beard does look like a stealth space shuttle, and then Trooper FN 2525 says it looks like an upside down classic Romulan warbird.
Ooh, good point. Good point. I dig that.
Yep.
Oh gosh, this is so creepy.
Hey, can I tell them, Sound Engraver? Am I allowed to tell them?
Fine. It's Troy's birthday. You can tell him.
Okay. Over Christmas, Sound Engraver watched Ernest Saves Christmas with me. It was my third time watching it that season, and she laughed a number of times.
No, just two. Two
one
times.
of them was
that's the number. 2 is the number.
One of them wasn't even like he. One of them was like seriously cracking up, and it was Chuck and Bobby, I think, that did it for her. But
I don't know. I don't think it was Chuck and Bobby.
It was Ernest himself.
Yeah, I think it was when Ernest went into hyperdrive. Yeah,
so,
that's right.
Wait a minute. Does that mean Sound Engraver? Does that mean you didn't watch the rewatch that we did of Ernest Saves Christmas?
Like
No,
I had you guys running. Like I had you guys on a device.
You watched the film until you watched it with the professor.
Oh, exactly. Wait a second. I had an early morning. I had an alibi, man.
I remember her saying that she had work that she had to get done for the next day, but she had it on the background. So I remember that.
Okay, fine, whatever.
I got your back, MJ.
But there you go. So just to share, today was my birthday. I could watch what I want, right? For whatever reason, I went down a rabbit hole of watching reaction videos of, for whatever reason, it was daughters, specifically girls. I don't know why, but it was daughters who were shown Empire Strikes Back, and they were reacting to
the reveal.
Yeah. I am your father. And I thought it was great.
Can I add something to that? I can't remember who was on when you were talking about it, but I think it was your friend Stan, hi Stan, thanks again for your support. It was great, but you guys were talking about having lived through
Oh,
the
wait a
time
minute.
that Star Wars
Real quick.
release
I'm
was
sorry.
released.
Let me interrupt you real quick. Evelyn Hampton, thank you so much. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to talk to you tonight, but thank you so much for being here. You have a good night. Let's get together sometime real soon. Okay? Thanks so much for being here. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh
MJ.
no, that's fine. I guess you knew Evelyn and Stan for a number of years. I think it was right.
Yeah.
I hope I heard that.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
But so you guys were talking about having lived through the years that they were released and got to see things these films in theaters, and that's the sad part, that I rue about living the times I live is I always knew. See, I never saw Star Wars until my 20s, so I always knew that Darth Vader was Luke's father, and so I never had that big reveal.
Are you saying like it was kind of spoiled for you? You already knew it before you saw it?
Yeah, because it was common knowledge.
I see.
Yeah,
by
the time.
It's really interesting. I've got a queue of people who are, in line to come on my channel for the Inspiration of Heroes streams I did, with all of you. And one of them is Alex Starr, who's the guy who does the spreadsheet, for the EU and everything like that. And he was telling me, he's a younger guy, and he was telling me what I think this is the experience of a lot of younger people. Their first Star Wars was the prequels, like watching it in theater, hearing about it. They didn't even know that this Anakin guy was going to be Darth Vader. I mean, he literally didn't. Now he eventually watched the original trilogy and then got it, and he likes the original trilogy and everything much better and everything. But I think a lot of people did grow up not really, with all the foreknowledge we were lucky enough to have. And
try to imagine it then from his point of view.
Yeah.
I mean, that's interesting, right? I mean, you almost feel like from our point of view going into the prequels, it's like, okay, we know this little boy is going to grow up to be Darth. In fact, in the promo posters and whatnot, you have little Anakin and his shadow is Darth Vader.
Right.
We know it going into it, but not necessarily the younger generation would realize that. That's interesting.
The episodes 1 through 6 could work as a story like that. We, as you say, Troy, that we start from 4, 5, 6, then go to 1, 2, 3. But I think both can work really well.
Yeah, you can watch it either way.
I do think though that the prequels work better if you've seen the original trilogy and you've got that to bounce off. Because like I was recently when I was watching them, there's so many themes that just make the prequels shine a lot more for me. I mean, of course, you've got the dialogue and all these kind of issues with them, but pitting him and finding little nuances where his storyline really does mirror Luke's to a certain degree. They both make their pivotal decisions,
Let me ask you this, Professor. Do you think that as it was, from the point of view of George Lucas writing it and putting these movies out, do you think he was going on the assumption that pretty much everyone had already seen 4, 5, and 6 when he did 1, 2, and 3?
I would imagine so, but honestly, until Alex told me that just quite recently, it never occurred to me that anyone in that time even could not know that. But I guess people didn't.
See, that's the key, right? You have to understand that you come to it. Even George Lucas comes to it from a certain point of view. Excuse the pun. But that's not how everyone is seeing it. You have to kind of try to imagine everybody's point of view. And it makes a lot of sense to think that younger people might be seeing literally episodes 1, 2, and 3 first, and they work. Whether it was intentional or accident, it worked, right?
I could see that. Yeah.
Now, see, when I saw Star Wars 4, 5, and 6, I thought that was it. I mean, I thought they were numbered weird, but I was like, okay, this is a good story. I wasn't expecting any other movies.
She was better off that way. I told her there was only 3 and that's it.
I saw way before I knew you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Did you guys see that meme? It's got Anakin and talking to Yoda in the hall there and the council, and the Anakin's asking Yoda, why did 4, 5, and 6 come before 1, 2, and 3? And Yoda says, help with the numbering I did.
I love that. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. I actually saw a video. There's no way I'd be able to find it again to share it with you, but it pointed out that the whole dangling participle thing of Yoda is really exaggerated. He doesn't speak like that all the time. It's kind of unfair to assume he always speaks like that.
Oh yeah, I've made that argument to a couple of people. Like, listen carefully to that dialogue. He won't talk like that all the time.
Yeah. I almost and what I loved about this particular video that I saw, it was kind of brilliant. It's like, think about somebody who is learning English as their second language, right? Sometimes they'll be spot on and sometimes they'll, have very broken English. I feel like Yoda is like that too. Every now and again he'll have the dangling participle, but by and large he understands, galactic basic. He gets his grammar right most of the time, but we tend to focus on the times that he gets it wrong.
Yeah, I was shocked. I didn't realize that somebody said the other night on one of my streams, because I've been listening for the first time ever to the old radio dramas of the original trilogy.
Oh, those are brilliant.
So good. So much.
Oh, I remember listening to those on National Public Radio when they were originally released. I'm sorry, I got excited. Go ahead.
No, it's really cool. But John Lithgow doing the voice for Yoda.
Yes.
What? That's amazing. He does such a good job.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's the only thing. I was. Go on.
Well, you have to understand, from my point of view, I'd already seen Star Wars, right? And then there's the announcement about National Public Radio. And this is in an era, for me, I grew up in the television era. The idea of listening to a drama on radio is kind of foreign to me. It's not like my mother's or my grandmother's era, where they would listen to Little Orphan Annie on the radio. For me, this was like, oh my gosh, I get to listen to Star Wars dramatized on the radio.
And it's more scenes than you got in the movie. It actually takes from old scripts and
yes, it is. And of course, since then they've released it on CD, and you can download it or whatever. But anyway, I'm sorry, I got excited. Go ahead, tell your story.
No, that was the story. I was just shocked that it really. I recommend it to anybody, and it's on YouTube. And some guy named Nigel, it's Nigel, but he spaces it out there. That's his YouTube name, and you can look it up and search it pretty easily. But he's taken all of the different episodes and strung them together, and just to transition with the John Williams score. And he's taken out so you don't, every 15 minutes you don't have to hear the little recap and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it's wonderful, and you can download it. Listen, it's all 3 of them on there. Even the Dark Empire audio dramas are on YouTube like that to listen to. So
as long as you're sharing about that, I also want to plug. And unfortunately, I can't, mention because I'm in no condition to go looking up something. I'd accidentally disconnect myself. But there's a YouTuber out there who is doing an animation of the Heir to the Empire series.
I've seen people post that. Yeah, that is pretty cool.
And what I'm doing, of course, if anyone who knows me knows that I would be doing this, every time he puts out a new one, I download it and grab a hold of it so I have a copy of it, because who knows how long this stuff is going to be available. But this idea that there's an animation of these stories is brilliant. Those of you that read Heir to the Empire and that trilogy, the audio is out there, and it incorporates the sound effects and the John Williams score and everything, and that's just like in the movie in your mind, so to speak. And now somebody has done a very rudimentary and improving with each episode an animation of these Heir to the Empire stories. It's just absolutely brilliant.
I just dropped the link to the radio drama in the chat. If the links are showing up, I'll drop the link to the one you're talking about there too.
I see it. I see it. I assume that everyone else can too.
Okay. I'll drop the Thrawn trilogy one.
If you're not, you should be on live chat instead of, the other. But yeah, absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And not to start any kind of grief here, but I really do feel like the powers that be at Lucasfilm that are starting to take over are working their way towards canonizing Heir to the Empire. Just saying.
It's your birthday, man.
I know it's your
It's my birthday. So give me some grace. Thank you.
Your channel, bro.
I got a video that I'm planning. I don't know
if you heard before I did before I started the Kenobi book study last night. I was doing a little preface intro because I wanted that to be a place that people who are really into the Mandalorian and people who aren't into it, like myself, could still. So I was like, okay, so we're not going to reference the show, but we're also not going to like rip into it. We're just going to do this. And I said, now, because Al joins me for the book study, so I said I had a little chit chat with Al because I know he pees a little bit every time he hears the word Mandalorian, and he's agreed, to keep this,
right.
Your channel, your rules.
Actually, we did come to a somewhat realization, Prof and me, because he's doing the Knights of the Old Republic replay or gameplay.
Sure.
And I feel like I might not be as excited about the EU as my prof and you, Troy.
Really?
Like reading everything.
She said that about Ernest.
Well, wait a minute. Town Engraver, is that because of lack of exposure? I mean, if you haven't read the books, if you haven't whatever, certainly.
I may. It just might take a lifetime for me. I mean, there's other science fiction and stuff.
No, that's absolutely fair. I have been planning to do a video. Specifically, obviously, I would. Professor, do you remember what the first video is on my channel?
Yeah, calling me out for his.
So you know exactly what I'm talking. Yeah, I mean that's what got me started. That's what got me fired up to start doing videos. But I kind of want to do another one because I want to address you guys on some, not calling you out. Okay, but no, I'm serious about that. Not calling you out, but I think addressing some things I think you're missing. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
That's fair.
Well, that's the way to do it. When you've got a differing opinion that you want to put out there in the world, like you do, you make a video or something. I never understand the people who write this meticulous dissertation argument in the comments of my own video. Somebody the Batman video I did, which was a while ago, I saw a comment. It really started out like this: I'm going to debunk every point you just made. It literally started out like that. And then he filled up that whole comment and then added 4 more replies to it. And I read that first sentence and thought, well, we're just going to go ahead and delete that. I mean,
oh, dude, don't delete videos. I'm telling you.
Not video, the comment.
All right, no, the comment. And that's what I mean. Don't delete people's comments, because what's great is that's engagement, right? And some of the comments, some of the really, forgive me, Sound Engraver, asinine comments that people have made.
Not a bad word.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me grace.
I give those the pen of shame. You know about that.
Yes. Word for stupid, sweetheart.
Yeah, I know. But Sound Engraver has a way of making me self-conscious. So
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. It's probably a good thing. But that gives people in your wheelhouse the opportunity to poke back at them. And I'll tell you, I don't remember which video it was. Someone was just arguing against your point, and I was just going in, and I didn't even care. but I kept needling this person because it kept the engagement going. You know,
I think it was
more
the Batman.
engagement is more money for you, man.
I think it was the Batman one. Yeah, I remember that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I was arguing what it means to be a hero, and he was arguing, you know, oh, kill the Joker, some junk
That's
like
right.
that.
Yeah, Batman
It's
should
like
kill.
I'm way oversimplifying it, but let's face it, my mind is foggy right now, so give me a break. but that was you know, I just kept going in, and you know who it is? Skipper Kenner, Stan, who was on earlier. He does this to me sometimes. He'll poke at me just to rile me up because he's a troll, and he, you know, it's funny to him, you know. And it's like, you know, when you do that to people on someone's YouTube video, that gets them responding, gets them responding, gets them responding. That's engagement. That helps the algorithm, makes you money. No, so what? I'm happy to do that. It's fun for me. Why not? But when I did my first video, I wasn't doing it to troll you or to be
I
a
didn't
jerk.
take it as that. No.
If anything, I was doing it, and I think I put all the posts, all the links and whatnot, because I said, look, if you're going to watch this video, this is a response to this video. You need to go watch this video first. And I figured by doing that, that brings you viewership, you know.
Well, we talked about that after you made the video, and I think I think what we both decided on was we were basically in agreement. We were just putting emphasis on different things on different sides of the agreement that we were on, you know.
It's yes, you're right. And what's also really important is I think that it would be interesting to revisit that topic these years later, because
Yeah.
I think that we have seen this rewriting of history happening. And I think it speaks directly to what I was bringing up and how important it is. And I think I'm guessing you might be seeing that more clearly than you did back then.
About the history thing?
Yeah, how important it is to not allow
Oh, you mean like with statute? Yeah, stuff like that. No, even in the video that I'd made that you responded to, no, I think it's definitely extremely important to be able to differentiate between history and the legend or the myth. I just think that we shouldn't do that to the we shouldn't kill the myth just to know the history. Definitely know the history and be able to differentiate that and tell it apart and everything.
This would be an interesting topic, I think, for you and I to, whether it's in a stream or behind the scenes, to talk about. But I'd be interested to hear your take on there is the, and because I've been doing a lot of research lately about, you know, scripture and the what's canon and what's not, what's historical and what's allegorical and so forth, which I think is relevant to what we're talking about here. You kind of have to reconcile those two. You know what I mean? So if there's a legend as opposed to what we know to be factually true, you have to reconcile those two, I think. Anyway, that's just my thought on that. I don't remember. There was a reason that I was starting on this topic, though. And I've completely lost it. It was originally I was calling you out on in quotes, calling you, in verse commas, calling you out on the whole history versus, legend thing. I think that I really want to do a video about, for lack of a better way of expressing it, the current state of Star Wars, where I feel like we have a disagreement, but we probably don't have as much of a disagreement as I would state it in a video. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
I do understand that we have an agreement on what I think is fundamental to Star Wars, like the heart of Star Wars.
Mhm.
So even though the Prof and I might have a different opinion on where Lucasfilm and Disney may take it.
Wait a minute. You guys are dating. You're not allowed to have disagreements about anything.
No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I meant to say differences of opinion from. Yeah. But like, yeah, but even though you may have your opinion, or Al may have his opinion on what's going on with Star Wars, I think we all agree on the heart of Star Wars. So even though the Prof and I might not think they are taking it in a direction, a lot of fans are thinking they're taking it. The direction is what we do agree on, like as far as what the heart of Star Wars ought to be, and what it hasn't been.
I think you're absolutely right about that. I think we wouldn't be in this community together if we didn't agree on certain core values, and I think we definitely agree about those. I think what we disagree about is, and I'm being very general here, so give me some latitude, but I think we make some assumptions about where things are going. And right. I think we disagree about that. Some of us are more hopeful than others. Some of us are more jaded than others. And that could be any of us. Go ahead.
No, I was just say one thing I think we can all agree on, though, and this is why I've been, with stuff like that in my current reviews, really trying to drum up the old Republic era of the EU, is that this whole High Republic nonsense. What are they even? Oh my gosh! And they are determined to push it.
I am begging you, if you have never listened to a study hall, please listen to study hall the day after tomorrow. Or what day is today? It's still Friday here, so the day after tomorrow. Please make sure you listen to study hall. Me and Aged Boomer, because
I have them on when I'm running around to listen, but I don't catch every little piece of it though. But yeah, no, I definitely will.
Catch it on the rerun, whatever.
We will definitely catch it on the rerun.
Because we will definitely be talking a lot about the High Republic. I don't want to give to it. I try so hard. Every time I'm on someone else's stream, it's like, I want to share with you what I'm going to be talking about on Sunday, but I don't want to take all this, the wind out of Aged Boomer's sales there. So
do you guys know when in the hour you're going to talk about that?
Oh God!
Because Sunday nights for us are date night, but we do try to keep your stream on in the background just to have the viewership.
Because I haven't written the notes yet, and I write the notes that tell both of us what order we're going to be talking about it in. I don't have that.
Let me make this real easy. You've heard him tonight. He's a talker.
Yeah. Well, they know that. They know that. That is not even a question. But yeah, I mean, I'm going to definitely be talking about High Republic, and that falls into what the hey? I'm going to give you guys a little preview. Because why not? Because maybe that'll get people to listen on Sunday. There is this whole thing, and I think it's spot on. Okay, wait a minute. Stop. Let me rewind a little bit more. If you guys don't like listening to me and Aged Boomer, if you want to get all the information that we talk about, just listen to Midnight's Edge. But I think ours is more fun to listen to.
Like Aged Boomer and Troy better.
I think we're more fun. I think when I get upset and I get crazy and he does.
He's not upset. He's passionate.
I am passionate. I am a Klingon, for crying out loud. And I know this. I know this about Aged Boomer. He does this. He'll say something, just he'll poke at me and he'll get me going some more. And I know he's doing this because he's milking me for listen, for his channel.
His algorithm.
Yes, it helps his algorithm. Gets me fired up. That gets people listening. Yeah, I think that's exactly.
Now I know the secret sauce.
Yes. All you got to do is say something that will set me off, and that'll get me going for like 15 minutes, and you get content. And
well, can I say, because I want to talk about the feature I love the most about your study hall is when you just go, silence, and then,
Yeah, let me
I
take a
love that.
breath, and that's, I suspect that from his point of view, that's okay. Well, that's where I put the edit, and that's where the next video comes in. That's how he breaks it up when he.
Interesting. Man, you guys, don't destroy the illusion, man.
Oh, I thought it was obvious, but okay.
It wasn't
that
to me.
Well, you can't go for 2 hours of blabbering on and then get 20-minute videos or 15-20-minute videos out of it without having your formula. He's got the formula down. He knows what he's doing. When he gets me going, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
What?
Nothing.
I know. Netter. Oh, last week's show, Netter's over here. She's not in the show, right? But she's still sitting here in the room, and I see her doing the pantomime. Lower the volume. You're getting, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm fired up. And like I said earlier in the stream, it's like Jenny Lorenzo getting upset about Michael Bay's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know if you've ever seen that video.
Shared it,
Sound Engraver, don't Google this, because
Okay.
there's very strong language there. But she's like, I am not even editing out the effing F's from this video. That's how fired up I am. And she's like, wow, she's upset. But that's how I was feeling about Pablo Hidalgo last week. And
I shared even before his nonsense with the criticizing that guy on Twitter or whatever. He's been just a real problem for, and mistreating Star Wars fans a lot. And yet he wrote the definitive, it's like the only definitive Star Wars reader's guide for the EU, written before they even sold to Disney.
Yeah.
And I want to own that to complete my library, but it's like, I just can't bring myself to buy it with his name on the cover.
I know. And here's the thing, and I brought this out last Sunday. You guys may not have caught it, but he was part of that think tank, or whatever you want to call it, of continuity. For Star Wars. He knows his stuff, and that's probably what I think is the most, excuse my phraseology, but the most damning thing about him is he knows better.
Yeah.
And he's allowing things like the Holdo maneuver. It's like, dude, you know better than this, and you're allowing it.
Yeah. Some of the great writers from the EU are now doing novels in the new continuity, and not even novels that kind of could just slip under the radar. It could be an either or if you just thought about this one, but actually novels that really are embracing some of the sequel trilogy's changes. And it's such a shame. I can't really fault. I mean, the writers they want a paycheck,
Yeah.
But I do. It is kind of a shame. Like is high regard I hold Timothy Zahn in. I'm just trying not to think about the new continuity Thrawn novels he's writing.
Yeah, and that's something that I certainly have wanted to address. I mean, there is, and you've heard me say this before. There is what is the EU, and there's what is what is canon, and I've been a strong spokesperson for not everything in the EU is good. Some of what's in the EU is not worth canonizing, So back when Lucasfilm kind of jettisoned the EU, I was like, that's okay, because if they're gonna farm it, for content and choose the good stuff, I'm okay with that. And then just ignore the things like, dropping a planet on Chewbacca and the Yugon Voth, or all that goofiness. I'm fine with that.
You didn't like the Yugon Voth? I haven't read it yet myself, but I've heard nothing but good things. But
I've actually heard nothing but bad things. I kind of dropped out before that. But even like Courtship of Princess Leia, I'm like, yeah, there's some good stuff here, but there's some kind of not so good stuff here. Heck, even Heir to the Empire, it's not perfect. There's some what I consider to be filler plot points that kind of could totally be dropped.
Really?
Yeah. That's kind of how I feel about it. But again, that comes down to my feeling about, and I, Prof, I don't think you disagree with me on this. The difference in medium, what you write in a book and what you put in a 2-hour film.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and I think there's a lot of stuff. Like, just take one of the books, Heir to the Empire. Okay. If you were to turn that into a movie, you drop about 2/3 of that.
Oh, sure. You'd have
and
to.
just streamline it and tell the story. And that's how I kind of feel about all of the EU. I'd say about 1/3 of the EU should be, in quotes, canonized.
Really?
Now, here's where I'm going to challenge you. You're probably going to bristle, but don't react. Stop and think about it. I honestly feel like that's exactly what Favreau and Filoni are doing. They're looking at, you know, the EU, and they're farming it for what's good, and they're kind of leaving behind what's we don't really need that. That's just my feeling on it. That's what I'm seeing.
I respect your birthday and your channel, sir.
Oh man, that's brutal. That is so brutal. That is
What?
so
No. I mean, I don't necessarily agree, but I mean, hey, this is your platform, and far be it from me to,
And this is something that I want to explore as I go forward, and I do some videos going forward. But I feel like one of the things that you've been, excuse the phrase, don't read too much into it, but one of the things you've been preaching on your channel is that the EU is good. The EU should be canon. And I look at what the Favreau camp is doing, and I'm going, well, they're doing exactly what the professor says. They're canonizing what had been jettisoned. They kind of are on the side of the fans going, look, this stuff is good. It shouldn't have been jettisoned. This should be part of it. And slowly over time, they're bringing this stuff in. And I know a lot of people look at it and go, oh, it's just Easter eggs and it's just fan service. And I'm like, but that makes this canon. You know, it's fan service, but for crying out loud, do you want the fans in or do you not? You know? Just saying.
Now, Prof, when are you going to do a stream on Ernest's helpful hints from that book I got you?
Oh,
I have a picture of Sound Engraver.
No.
I won't show it. I have a picture of Sound Engraver holding up the book and giving this smile like, oh, wow, he got this or whatever.
All it is it's a bunch of different helpful hints.
Oh, it's wonderful.
They have Ernest's picture on all the pages.
Yep.
Oh,
it's great.
But thank you for your gift to me too.
Thank you for encouraging him on this craziness of his.
Well, I have to get this book because it's like I know that he's really into Ernest.
I didn't even know it existed. Yeah. So
it's like I was searching for different Ernest books, and this one, it was actually out of print. So I was able to find a copy, and no, it wasn't expensive, but I was able to find a copy of it, and I was like, I bet he doesn't have this one because it was out of print.
I didn't. Yeah, no, I didn't even know that existed. I knew the biographies existed, but I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that was printed, especially when he was doing his children's show and everything. So
I'm sorry. I really do have, when someone tags me, I really should address what they're saying. Jedi Masters Utopia said they're clearly setting up Thrawn to be the big bad in the next batch of Star Wars movies. I'm not going to be too firm on this, but I am hopeful. Maybe not Big Al hopeful, but definitely Troy hopeful. It really does look like they're trying to canonize as much as possible Heir to the Empire and the Timothy Zahn series. I really do think they're trying to do that.
The sad thing about all this is we really won't know for another 7 to 10 years. Is that true?
You say it's the sad thing. I say it's something to look forward to.
It is. Well, I mean, like how this all resolves. Like we have all these speculations, but
no, Matanui, Thrawn is not dead in current canon. He has gone missing, just like help me out. What's that kid's name in the Rebels that's missing also?
Ezra.
Ezra, yeah. Ezra's missing. He went missing with Thrawn. Apparently, he's assumed to be still alive. Ahsoka specifically mentioned him in The Mandalorian, saying, "Where is he?" So she's trying to find him. I guess that's the storyline for, her story going forward. So I don't know. I don't know where they're going with it, but I can't help but think that, yeah, a lot of people are thinking that there's Heir to the Empire in the future.
Well, the thing that I do, I do the same thing with Star Wars that I did with Superman and everything like that. When I did way back when I started the Iconic Superman page over on Facebook and stuff is, I have my opinions about it that I feel obviously, very strongly about stuff like that, but I'm always very careful to only sound off and only, as you said, preach my opinions on my own platforms, because I honestly just think it's bullying when, it would be bullying for me to go over to somebody else's comment section or their Facebook page or their blog or whatever, and just start challenging and arguing and stuff like that, because that's the behavior I saw from the Snyder Bros, so many times.
I dig what you're saying, and I super, super appreciate that. But at the same time, in fairness to you, Professor, I did ask questions and I did open the platform for you. So if you want to give me grief, even though it's my birthday and even though it's my channel, I did ask. So it's,
I appreciate that. But no, I mean, we talked about it a bit, and I'll be doing more videos on the subject and stuff as more developments and stuff like that pop up. But let me ask you, what do you think? Do you think that do you share that positive viewpoint of all of the announced Disney Plus series?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely.
That's something we can agree on.
So, well, because the question you asked is a pretty absolute question, okay, and it's more nuanced than that.
Mm-hmm.
Big Al, I don't know if you're still in the chat. I haven't seen you comment in a while, but Big Al does tend to be Mr. Positive, and I'm just not that positive. But at the same time, I'm not Professor Geek negative either. I'm somewhere in the middle. I'm a little bit more nuanced than that. And I do have a hopefulness, a Big Al type of hopefulness, but I do have a certain realism that leans more towards the Professor Geek side, right? I think I lost my train of thought.
Actually, I'll formulate it for you. If that's a word. I can't remember if that's a word. Good. You might be the synthesis of Al and the Prof.
Yeah. I mean, I am a little bit somewhere in the middle, but here's what it comes down to. I am very hopeful when I hear, the rumors, the behind the scenes, the WDW Pro, reports on Pirates and Princesses and so forth, talking about this kind of civil war going on behind the scenes. And let's face it, I don't just take them at face value. I kind of compare that to the evidence that I see. It's you kind of look at what's reported and what you're seeing and saying, does it match up? And I'm like, yeah, it kind of does. It really does appear that there's two camps and there's two stories. And when they start talking about, oh, you know what, there's a multiverse and everything Kathleen Kennedy and her people are doing, that's in this alternate universe. Focus on what makes us money. Focus on the Mandalorian. I take them at the evidence that I see, and I go, yeah, it really does look like everything that the Mandalorian universe is doing is completely separate. I have no problem ignoring what Kathleen Kennedy's doing in books and comics. I'll be talking about that a little bit more on Sunday, but it comes down to what is canon and what is not. Kathleen Kennedy had no problem jettisoning all the books and comics that came before, right? And I feel like the Favreau camp is coming in and going, okay, fine. So that means that your books and canon, your books and comics are equally non-canon. It's what it looks like to me.
Whatever does happen, I certainly hope that's not the fruit. Like there's like one Star Wars and then there's another Star Wars, and then I'm more nervous now of Kevin Feige coming on board with the project.
Yeah, that's another element. We'll get to that in a minute, but if you really look at, I see, I've had a real problem with this whole idea, and I went through this all with Star Trek Discovery, right? You guys didn't see this, and I didn't talk too much about it anywhere, but there's always been a huge, I don't want to call it civil war, but lots of arguing within the fandom of Star Trek about what is canon, what isn't, and so on and so forth. And there were just people in the Klingon community that were like, well, this is canon because, the people that are making these shows say it is. And I'd be like, oh, that's cute. It's sweet that you say that, but that's not how history works. I look at history. I know what has been historically canon. I can kind of see where the future's going. And sure enough, yes, they're saying this is canon. And then literally 1 year later, they're going, yeah, we're going to just overwrite that. Okay, because they know. I mean, any intelligent person knows if I don't put it on screen, nobody knows that it exists. I can't assume that some little reference in a book or comic is going to be considered canon because 90% of your fans didn't see that, didn't read it, didn't watch it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and I see that happening in Star Wars too. You can argue that High Republic and whatever, their comics and their books and their other comics, the Thrawn books and whatnot, is all canon, but really most fans have only seen the movies. That's all they know. So, Professor, you've talked about this many times. Where does canon lie? Does it lie in what the IP holder says is canon, or what is perceived by the audience to be canon? It's really what the majority of the audience decides. Sometimes it's even the fanon, what they've made up in their mind ends up becoming true canon later on. And I hate to say this, no, I don't hate to say this. I love saying this to you, Professor. This is what Filoni and Favreau are doing right now. They are canonizing fanon that we have seen over the years. Things like Life Day, things like, the toys that weren't canon until they decided to put them into the shows and so forth. So anyway, I basically see, do whatever you want to do with your High Republic and your YA novels and comics that nobody is reading or watching. They are not going to stand the test of time. They can't, because nobody's paying attention or cares. What people are paying attention to is The Mandalorian, and where it's going from there.
This is probably the absolute worst time to have to say this, but I really should be taken off.
No, that's fine. If you wanna bail on the conversation. No, I'm joking.
No, I got some work to do. I just wanted to pop in and say
I'm
happy birthday
joking
to
with you. We can pick this up some other time. Anytime you wanna, have me on one of your shows and just, grill me and give me grief. That's fine.
No, never. No, I was popping in to say hi. I've been doing a lot of work, or getting work done tonight, but I had Alyssa for a lot longer than I thought. It was kind of an unplanned thing, so that's why I didn't pop on earlier. But I wanted to, at least, the prof couldn't be the only one who didn't show up to say happy birthday to you. Everybody is coming in.
I was kind of feeling like, wow, everybody's jumping into the stream, and it's like, No sound engraver, no Professor Geek. They don't love me anymore, I guess.
And speaking of Conjure, thank you for your donation to Troy's birthday fund.
Oh,
Oh.
that's so sweet. Thank you so much.
Oh, was that Professor? Yeah, mine was.
No, that was to you.
She's thinking you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thanks. I wanted to mention. I wish it was more.
Oh gosh, no.
It does have a
I mean,
50 in it, but it's not the 50.
no, that's so sweet of you guys. You didn't have to. I just, I was starting up the stream, and I'm like, I basically I thought of the professor's older streams where he had like a tip jar, and I'm like, gosh, for my birthday, people might actually want to do something for me.
Yeah,
maybe I should throw that in. And I'm like, well, I don't have anything on PayPal or whatever. I'll just use Netters. And
I had to figure out how to do it.
She had to figure out how to give me. Oh, guys, I am. We joke about aged boomer, but I'm the real boomer. I don't know this technology. If it weren't for Nanette, I wouldn't be able to manage or figure out these interwebs. So she does these things, and she says, here's the link, and I dropped it into the.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. No. I'd be lost without her. I mean that seriously. In life, in streaming, in the internet, in every aspect of my life, I would be lost without her. I really would be.
Wow.
Well, we're glad she's around.
No, that's not awe. That's just how screwed up I am.
Well, you guys have a good rest of the stream, and Troy, you do have a happy birthday. Hopefully, you're not paying for it too much in the morning.
Oh no, I'm already sobering up. Netter's already given me. I'm on my third bottle of water, so I won't even. I joke about, because I drink a little bit, I get a little silly sometimes, but I think twice in my life, and both were Nanette's fault, have I gotten really drunk and sick, and
twice. I only remember once.
Well, the first was my 21st birthday. Nanette took me out to Benihana for my birthday, and I had never had alcohol in my life.
So I had him have a Japanese Boilermaker, which is sake and Sapporo beer.
I was so ripped. I had no idea what was going on, and we went back to her place, and I literally had to stay the night just because I was in not only could I not drive home, I couldn't even take the bus home. I couldn't find my way to the bus. I was that messed up. So I was like, you're just going to stay here. I called my mom and said, Mom, it's my 21st birthday. I've had too much to drink. Okay, fine. We'll talk about it tomorrow. But the second time that I got that drunk was, I don't know. We'd been married for about a decade or whatever, and I was just having a bad birthday. I don't even remember what it was about. I blame Nanette, but
a bad birthday or a bad day?
I don't know. I honestly don't remember. I really don't remember. But I had so much to drink. The landlord had brought me a bottle of wine for my birthday.
Oh, and it was horrible.
It was terrible wine. It was cheap, terrible wine. But it was nice of him to think of me. Thing is, I drank the whole bottle of wine myself on an empty stomach. And I got sick. And I don't remember much after that. Those are the two times that I've truly been drunk. Every other time when I joke about drinking, I just feel a little warm. That's really all.
Yeah.
I'm playing around with you guys. I'm not a lush.
We know you're responsible.
Melissa Harris, I know, you're concerned about me, but no, I'm good. Netter's here keeping an eye on me. I'm good.
Yeah, so I can tell you straight out, he is not an alcoholic, because I would not marry one.
Right.
That's right.
She would not stand.
My brother was an alcoholic. My father was an alcoholic. I don't tolerate that at all.
Although Melissa Harris, Troy got messed up. Yes, I did. Yeah.
So it's like, you can have a drink once in a while, maybe two, but that's really his limit. And it's once a week, if that.
Yeah. Anyway, so I was just overly sharing. That's all.
Not a problem. But I am
Wait,
gonna
wait,
take
wait.
off.
Before the professor goes, Matthew Flynn did say, "Is that an accurate depiction of you?" And I will attest to that. Yes, it is.
Why, thank you.
I think you're wearing some rose-colored glasses there, Sound Engraver.
Wait, are you saying you've seen his legs?
Oh.
He's got
No,
nice
I haven't.
Don't, you know what?
Never
Let's
mind.
stop this conversation. I'm the drunk one, but I am intervening.
What attracted you to me initially was my legs.
Yes, but let's not get too much into Sound Engraver, Professor.
That's right.
Let's
that's all I said. That is all I said. That's I'm
She's
going to
well
say.
acquainted with the arms. We'll just put it at that.
Let's not project anything on them. Maybe after they're married, they can share if they want to. We've been married for 30 years, almost 30 years. You know, I don't care what you want to
I'm just saying that icon, he's got great legs.
He does. I don't want to assume anything about the real world Professor Geek. Honestly, I don't want to picture it. Thank you. That's Sound Engraver territory. None of my business. Thank you.
Thanks for making it wonderful.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, but you know what? Between you and Netter, you guys brought it up. I just had to diffuse it as much as I could. Okay.
Now the prof can sign off.
All right.
Now you can sign off, Professor Geek. Thanks so much. Dude, thank you so much for being here. You know, I've been crazy busy lately. I super appreciate the opportunity to, this conversation the four of us have had, we're doing it in front of everybody, but it was nice to hang out. We haven't had a chance to talk for a while.
Absolutely.
I super appreciate it. If you guys want to have me on some stream, if there's something I can contribute, please let me know.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's great.
All right. Bye-bye, Nanette.
Get out of here, Professor. Take care. Have a good one,
Have
man.
a great night.
You too.
And
Take care.
think,
Bye.
I teach in the morning, mid-morning, so I'll have to call it a night soon. But
You mean on Saturday, really?
yeah, I teach 6 days a week. Yeah. So.
Wow, you have an incredible work ethic. You that Protestant work ethic. You're a Protestant.
Well, I wish I could say it's full time. It's just hours just
whenever you
spread
can, right?
out over 6 days.
I dig it. I'm the same way. This is weird. So I work 8 to 4:30, rigidly as far as an hourly employee, but I totally have no problem working a little bit later because sometimes during the work day, there's not a lot of work for me, and I feel like, I kind of owe them a little bit extra because I've had such a light day.
Yeah.
I know technically from a legal standpoint, they get cringy about that, but I'm like, you know what? It's my time. I can do whatever I want.
That's good.
I'll give you a little extra time, So.
Yeah, I'm very happy to hear that you're working and a couple months before your birthday, so that's good too.
Oh gosh, it's been. In fact, today I got really, really encouraged by one of the coworkers who's been training. Actually, one of the coworkers who's been training me and like the boss, they both said that I've contributed so much, and like I said, I felt like there's so many days where Nanette'll be like, do you have no work? And I'm like, I'm just sitting here waiting for them to send me something to do, and they said, oh, you've helped so much and you've contributed so much. And I'm like, I don't feel like that, but if you do, I super appreciate that, because that's really what, someone who cares about their job, that's really what you want, right? Is to feel like you're contributing. I've had so many jobs where you're just a cog and they don't care.
Yeah.
And you're the first person that they axe, when they're looking for budget. And it's like, oh gosh, man. But to have someone say, we really feel like you're contributing. I'm like, gosh, that's what you want in your professional life. You want to get paid. Yeah, you want to feel like you have somewhere to go, but gosh, to feel like you're contributing and you're appreciated, that means a lot,
Mm-hmm. I definitely agree. And that's just good work ethic to hear. You like, I had my last job before teaching was a receptionist job, and when the phones weren't ringing, I had to actively find projects to do
Yeah.
to keep up the office and help the project managers because
Actually, that's a great analogy. So you know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm working from home, I'm doing data entry, and if they don't send me orders to enter, I literally have nothing to do. You know, and
yeah.
and that's the feeling. And I mean, I guess a lot of temps would be like, "Oh, this is great. I'm making money for doing nothing." I I hate that. I
I
don't
don't like
feel
it either.
You know, so yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But yeah, so for you, you know, if you're not working, you know, a 9 to 5 sort of thing or 8 to 4:30 or whatever it is, you are working when you work. So it can be a challenge, you know. It's nice to have regularity. It's challenging when you have to work this many hours today, this many hours tomorrow. Gosh, you know?
Yeah, yeah, that's my Monday to Saturday. I mean, typically evenings, but it's all sprawled out in different parts of the evening, early afternoon, evening, late into 8 and stuff like that, and then Saturday morning or Saturday, you know, for about 5 hours during the day. So it's like, all right.
How's 20 what are we in 2021? How is that looking for you now?
Going well. This will be the month to start paying off student loans again, as I've been notified. So that'll be interesting. But no, I think I'm going to get a few more students, and I've got a lot of music projects underway. So,
I've seen yeah, I'm looking forward to supporting your what is it called? Kickstart? Is it Kickstart or is it
oh,
Indiegogo?
it's Indiegogo. Yeah,
Okay.
I tried my
Yeah,
hand in that.
pitch it while you're on the stream. Pitch it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I'm working on, I have this Indiegogo campaign, which is about 21 more days of backing for the mastering fee. So I pay my master engineer his fee to produce
Yeah.
the album. So I have the music ready. And if you back it or claim that album or another piece of music that I have, um, I'll grant you like a download code to my music as a thanks for your support. So I don't. Can I put links on your chat?
Don't know. Let's see.
Because I have I'll attach the link. Skipper Kenner was awesome. Aged Boomer also backed. Oh, Mike Stevens. You know, so some of the people.
Doctor otherwise. Skipper Kenner. Well, you guys have heard him. He's a goof. I love that guy, but he's nuts. Yes, Sound Engraver, you do have a wrench. So yeah, obviously you were able to share that link.
Oh, good. Yeah, so that's underway. And actually the 500, unfortunately 500 was the minimum I had to start with. 500 is actually going to cover 2.5 albums worth of mastering fee.
Good.
So if I make the target, then I'll have that underway by spring.
I don't want to make any assumptions. You correct me if I'm wrong. My impression is that mastering your work in this context would be analogous to like if Professor Geek writes a book and he has an editor edit his work. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah. So mastering it's the same way. And actually, before I say, hey, Orville Nation.
Oh, dude! Oh, thank you so much for stopping in, Orville Nation. So, hey, Orville Nation, if you're interested, I got a link in the description if you want to come in and say hi. Just saying, because I'm wrapping up with Sound Engraver, and I'm happy to keep going because I'm having a great time on my birthday. But yeah, Sound Engraver. So,
oh yeah, absolutely.
Mastering, editing.
Yeah, so mastering is the like post-production on a film, like it's the final polishing touches. My mastering engineer, so it will give you that good, crisp, beefy output, and for any of your devices, whatever you have. my mastering engineer is really affordable. I usually can pay him up front, but I've been sitting on my stream too because of the pandemic. I did lose a handful of students, so my income was reduced quite a bit over the year. So I just can't afford the extra expense to release my music, but I want my audio to be really good quality. So there is
No,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to do two things at once while drunk. So give me a second. So I just wanted to. Oh, to heck with it! I'm not even going to type it. Thanks, Orville Nation, for stopping by. He said he can't jump in the stream right now, but I just wanted to thank him so much for stopping in and wishing me a happy birthday. He is awesome, guys. Everybody who's currently in the stream, please, you want to do something for me for my birthday? Go to Orville Nation and subscribe to his channel, please, if you're not already. He is awesome people. He's good people, please.
Yeah.
Do that for me. I would consider it a personal favor. Yeah, so I think I've said this on multiple streams. I bring you up every time I talk about music because I'm like, I know I don't have that sophisticated an ear. There's things that I totally miss that I'm like, boy, if Sound Engraver was here, she'd be able to comment on this, that, and the other. So when it comes to, the polishing of music and stuff, it's like I wouldn't notice it consciously, but I know that, subconsciously I probably would. And Sound Engraver totally gets, those kinds of details. So that's the kind of thing I think you're talking about, right?
Well, yeah, you might think of it as maybe the color grading. So like Hobbiton with their polished look versus what was filmed.
Yeah.
It's kind of that. It's analogous to that.
Or like, I know you don't know, but those of us that watched The Mandalorian that just saw Luke Skywalker at the end of Mandalorian look at that and go, yeah, I know something's off. And I don't know quite what it is. Something was off. I think we do the same thing with music, right? We're like, it's not as polished as, I don't know what's off, but something is. And Sound Engraver has an ear that would go, I know exactly what's off and why, exactly.
Yeah. Usually the sound's too low, so you got to have that beefy good volume that you just have to have for a mastering engineer.
Yeah, I mean, heck, even just these live streams, right? I mean, Netter and I have been working on this over the past year. Our audio quality and so forth. It's like, what's off? And I'm working on this microphone right now, and people are saying, "Oh, you sound hollow" or whatever. And Netter's like, you know what? I'm just gonna ask Michael, Professor Geek, what do you use? We'll use that so we can sound like you. And she does her Google foo and she looks up the video. She looks up the product that he mentions, and she says, "You know what? I ordered it. We'll have it shortly. We'll use that microphone." I'm like, good. I don't know from this stuff, so.
Well, I know you're busy with full-time work, and I know Nanette's been working on. I mean, I'm sure it's a full-time job to find a job.
It is. It
but
really is.
I like your practical videos, Netter. Like, you seem to know really handy information that I wouldn't otherwise look at.
Right?
Thank you.
I mean, that's what she said. She's like, I know I'm doing videos that seem pretty self-evident, but I shouldn't assume that. There are people out there that, to them, this is not self-evident. So I guess her audience isn't everybody, but it's the person that's like, how do I do this very, very basic thing?
Like, one of the videos that I'm in the process of editing right now is how to wash your face. I mean, it may sound really simplistic, but I notice that the way that I see people wash their face just seems weird to me, whereas my way seems a little bit more practical. So I'll be getting that one out shortly, and you guys can all check that out.
I'd be interested in seeing how you do it, because it's like, now I wonder if I do it wrong.
Well, no, it's not about what's right and wrong, but I mean,
It just seems counterproductive to me the way I see people wash their face. So it's like, the way that I'm going to demonstrate it, it just makes more sense to me, and it might make some people change the way they wash their face.
Yeah.
Well, I would watch you, Netter, for those videos. You know how you have channels that it's almost like a TV channel that you just turn to because out of
Yes.
habit and out of routine. So like those kind of videos, I wouldn't personally watch just out of my own time, but because you're there and you're a friend, it's easier to just get right on there. So, but that's just me. I know a lot of people would look up, oh, what's this? And then they would, whether they know you or not, they would find that to be really useful and helpful.
I have, and I don't think I've even said this to Nanette, but I just feel like if her videos were to come up in someone's stream, I could totally see them watching the video and going, I never would have thought to look this up, but kind of glad I checked this one out. You know, it's something I didn't know how to do, and I feel like I really should know how to do, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had people check out my box folding video. It's just something to me seemed just the natural way to do it. It's like, I want to save space. The flaps are in the way. Fold them in.
I love that.
Her philosophy and my philosophy on saving space are very, very different. I go, you know what? Just throw it out. You don't need to get rid of it. That saves the space. And she's like, no.
Well, some stuff I'm like, yeah, we don't need that. Let's get rid of it.
Yeah.
But other stuff, it's like, I need this box because I'm going to have to ship out X item, and this is the perfect size box for it.
In fairness, she does do that a lot. She does selling stuff on eBay and, you know, so on and so forth. I dig that. I totally get that. And then every now and again, it'll be like, I'm working on a Star Wars diorama, and I'm like, oh, you got some cardboard that I can use? Yeah, I got plenty. Here you go.
Yeah, what kind of box do you want?
My fault. I'm glad you didn't throw it out, you know.
That's awesome. That's good.
Oh, we are a crazy couple. I mean, you don't even see the half of it. I'll tell you. She's when I say I'm so lucky to have her, you're not even seeing a small percentage of it. It's so true.
That's really cool. I'm glad you guys had each other in the thick of a very tumultuous year.
And let me I hope I'm not overstepping, Sound Engraver, but I do. It is my goal to build up my wife, to set her up as an example to other people.
Yeah.
This is what a relationship should look like. Look at Netter. She's a paragon of what a wife should be. So
that's
follow
awesome.
that.
Are you still drunk?
No, not at all. Not really at all. I've had so much water, thank you, Netter, that yeah, I'm on the other side. Oh, I'm fine. Really, you don't need to give me more water. I'm gonna have to go pee again.
Well, I actually
that's okay for me to say, right, Sound Engraver?
No, it's totally fine.
Okay.
Yeah, your autonomy and all that, or anatomy. I mean, I meant to say that's fine.
Both. I like to be autonomous when I can be.
That's right. Yeah, I'm afraid I will have to go to bed very, very soon. But yeah, but you guys are awesome, and I hope you have many well wishes and blessings coming your way, Troy, for this year.
It has been a great day, and honestly, I'm glad I did this. You guys, all you, the professor, everybody who's been in the stream, I just feel this is as good or better than, you know, an in-person party. You know,
I loved hearing all these people that we see all the time on the different streams, and hearing all their voices is great.
Yeah, I don't think it's a big secret. I kind of low key was trying to go, hey, professor, listen to these people. These are the guys that, you know, you might want to think about maybe bringing in and doing an interview, or, you know, whatever.
Pressure's on.
Right? Voice with that name, you know.
I mean, and
that's true.
I had no idea, and I had no idea, nor did I care, you know, how they sounded. It's like, you know what? Come on, let's just chat. Let's talk. I don't care. This isn't a monetized stream or anything serious. And I was like, wow, you know, these people that have been, you know, chatting in the streams, they really could be totally doing their own YouTube videos, you know.
I do want to give a shout out to Dr. Y. I don't know if he's in the chat or been listening, but he did a recent video he posted, and it's great. And I just want to encourage artists to keep focusing on their art and
Is that channel is it Dr. Yeisley Designs?
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So guys, go check them out. You know what? By all means, go check out, if y'all are still on Facebook. I'm not to any degree.
I'm
but,
only on the group. I don't friend people.
you know, I know I said this, you know, in a chat somewhere, but Sound Engraver, I'm so sorry.
It is all your fault. Okay.
It is. It is. I pushed you to join Facebook specifically for the site, and I've done this to other people too, to join the Professor Geek group. But lately, it has become, you know, it's socialist media. I am sick of it, and
I have seen telltale sign. Well, not even telltale. I've seen red flags all
I have
over.
canceled my Twitter account. I have, you know, I am almost completely off of Facebook. By the way, anyone that wants to keep in touch with me, my MeWe and Parlay links are in the About section of my YouTube channel. If you guys want to connect with me, please do. But I can't take, especially what I've seen in the past week. I mean, when you have a platform and you decide, you know what, I'm going to close out, cancel, and ban everybody of one political ideology, you know, and you're the same group of people that says you have to, you know, treat everybody equally and bake a cake for, you know, people you don't agree with. Guys, I mean, this is a crazy time we live in.
I would say that true. And if I may,
Please
anyone in the chat, I have noticed people have friend requested me on Facebook on my personal account that I had friended all like Steve Cruz, Prof, Al, just kind of out of like an impulse that I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. And that was like one day. Yeah. And then I've decided not to confirm friends because I really wouldn't be on Facebook unless it was the Facebook group. I'm only on the group. I'll post a little bit on my personal just so it's public attention, but I don't have like a circle of friends. So don't feel bad if I don't confirm your friend request, because I really just want to be in the group. I wish I didn't have to have a personal account to be on the group.
Yeah.
But I have to. So,
yeah.
Anyway.
And you know, I mean, I don't mean to be manipulative, but I'm going to be a little manipulative. You're the one who's got the professor's ear. So if you want to talk him into starting a little group on MeWe, I'd be happy to help you guys out there. Just saying.
I don't know about the prof. I haven't talked to him about other social platforms, but or socialist platforms. Oh, okay. It's not, well, the other ones aren't.
Yeah.
What was I saying? It's almost 2.
Oh, you're getting, you know what you're feeling is the same thing as if you've had too much drink. You're starting to get a little bit foggy. So
that's right. I am definitely looking at other platforms like MeWe, also maybe Parlor, maybe Minds. I definitely will stick around with I've been calling our beloved platform here iPipe.
iPipe?
Yeah, because it's, you know, it's you, so you change you to I.
Oh, I see. I get it. I get it now. Okay, it took me a second.
So I'll be on iPipe for a long time, but that's not to say I won't explore other platforms if it comes to that. So.
Yeah. I mean, just to share, I know he wants to get this out there. I don't think I'm betraying anything by jumping the gun and sharing this, but Aged Boomer has said, "Hey, do you mind? We did a pre-show a couple weeks ago. I'd like to do that again, but what I'd like to do is make it content that I can put on a different platform." and kind of to point people towards that and stuff. I'm like, that's brilliant. I think you absolutely should. I got to be honest, I don't remember which platform he said. So
I think it's Rumble.
Tune in on, yeah, probably tune in on Sunday. He'll, make the official announcement. But yeah, I mean, it's totally worth it. I think it's a good idea to diversify,
Mhm.
And whatnot, especially when you have a platform that is throttling, certain, and just being very one-sided, and not being fair to everybody. It's like, oh yeah, you expect us to bake a cake for you guys, but it's okay to discriminate against, people of this ideology.
Right.
It's getting to be really ridiculous.
They've not let us eat our cake, and they've taken our cake from us.
Yeah, no, that's a great analogy, Sandra David. Thank you so much. It's, I know you say that to be humorous, but it's a great analogy. It really is apt. So
They have their cake and eat it too, but they won't even have us have our, like, even look at our cake. They
Yeah.
take away our cake.
Yeah. So
Which is why you had cherry pie.
oh gosh, yeah. Oh gosh, it was so good. It was so good. And you know what she did too? You know how you make a pie and you have some leftover filling. What she did was she made little individual in like a muffin tin.
I called them cherry pie bites.
Cherry pie, well, yeah, they're more than a bite.
Well, what I did is I had extra dough, so I laid that out flat, and then I made a couple of little piles of the cherry stuff in their own little sections. Used an egg wash on there in between, and then put the other crust on top. Cut them out kind of like you would like a pierogi or something, and then I pinched all the ends together like fluting it like you would a mini pie. Stuck them into the muffin tins to keep their shape, baked them, and they came out perfect.
I'm stuffed, guys. I really have gotten more than my share. I talk about gluttony, but she's taking care of me in that regard. She did a great job with the cherry pies. Let me tell you.
I would probably ask for the same thing, but blackberry pie.
Oh, I like blackberry, but and Sound of Graver, I'm not necessarily trying to push you into another genre, but Twin Peaks, I did the rewatch of the pilot episode. I love Twin Peaks. I love that whole it's not really a genre, but it's I don't know what you'd call it, but I love Twin Peaks, and I love the atmosphere of it and whatnot. And one of the things about it is cherry pie, and I always like cherry pie, but you kind of gravitate towards it because it's part of that
Nice.
fandom or whatever, and it's got a special meaning for me or whatever, and I know it's her way of saying she loves me. I know it.
Yeah. That's wonderful.
Oh,
Well, I think I'm gonna turn in, but you guys
you do.
are wonderful. And I'll still listen to your stream as I'm getting ready for bed, but you guys have a wonderful
Yeah. Oh,
birthday
we'll
week.
probably be wrapping up pretty soon because it seems like nobody else wants to talk to me. There's nobody else, logging in.
Well, you might as well stay until the 4 hour mark because you're breaking a record.
Oh my gosh, I know, right? But literally, I meant this to be a casual hangout, and 4-hour birthday party. Why not?
You only turned 50 once. So.
I hope so. I don't want to do this again. Although my mom, she, obviously my mom calls me for my birthday, right? And she's like, I just can't deal with my son turning 50. She says, I'm going to just say you're 49 plus, from now on. So every year is going to be 49 plus 1, 49 plus 2. And I'm like, you know what? Netter has said that too. She's however old with so many years experience.
Yeah,
that's right.
So I'm okay with that.
I figured this past birthday I was 33 with a few years experience.
Yeah, she's really kind of she's holding on to that, right? But yeah, I'm looking back at 50 years and I'm like, I am half a century old. Oh my gosh.
That's
Where
pretty
did
awesome.
Well, it is awesome. It kind of reminds, it's a Star Trek thing. Dr. McCoy says, what's so troublesome of not having died, right? Because I don't care that I'm old. You go ahead and point out how old I am. It just means I haven't died yet. But, still, it's like I'm 50 years old. I've been around this long. And if I focus on it too much, I could get pretty depressed. It's like, what have I accomplished in 50 years?
You can also look at it this way. Some people don't make it to 50.
Oh, very encouraging. Thank you so much. Yes, you're absolutely right. I made it to 50. What's so troublesome about not having died? I haven't died
Right.
in 50 years. I've done pretty well so far. There's a certain amount of success, right?
And he always tells me he's going to live forever or die trying.
Well, that's exactly right. I'm going to live forever or die trying. That's a line from Blake 7. For those of you that
Oh, really? Oh, you
I
said
mentioned,
that to
I
Matthew
mentioned
Flynn.
it earlier that British BBC show lasted for 4 seasons, exactly 4 seasons. It was a beginning, middle, and end, and they had it all planned out. If you guys get an opportunity, it's on YouTube. Go check out Blake 7. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, it's a great line by one of the characters, Villa. He says, "I intend to live forever or die trying." Another great line that comes from there. The heroes have escaped from. They were in prison. They get out of prison and they find that the guard that was watching them has been stabbed in the back. And they look, and one of the heroes says to the other, "Well, that's a darn difficult way to commit suicide." Anyway, sorry. That's how my brain works. I'm just kind of all over the place. Just wanted to share that with you. Check out, if you're so inclined, check out Blake 7.
All right. Yeah. Thanks for the Rex.
Especially those of you, Matthew Flynn, that are in the UK and haven't seen a show from your own country. Check out Blake 7. Just saying.
Well, I expect more content from you, Troy, on your channel.
Yes, I mentioned this last Sunday. I do have some things in the pipe. I am working on another cooking video. I've actually gotten a lot of people commenting on my Klingon Gach video. They want more cooking videos on the Klingon channel.
Oh yeah.
So I will be working on that. I have actually a whole bunch of recipes planned, but I've got at least 2 specific videos I want to get done really, really soon on that regard. We just got through a holiday season, and I had wanted to get out a Klingon video about the holidays. Didn't get that done. I'll have to get that done. As Al says, well, before next year's holiday. So I'm definitely going to start working on that and getting that done. But there is a desire in the Klingon. There's a lot of Klingons out there that have a lot of great ideas and aren't getting stuff done. And it's like, I better not be one of them. I should just get it done. So that the content is out there.
I do like the cooking videos, and also just like the commentary videos on all the stuff we love, including Star Wars. But
even if you don't agree with me,
if you want a healthy diplomatic discussion in the comments section below, I am happy to contribute.
Sound Engraver, I don't care how healthy, I don't care how much agreement or disagreement, because it's all engagement.
That's
right?
true. That's true.
So, let's face it, I know you and Professor well enough to know that even if you disagree with me, complete 180, you're gonna be more respectful than a lot of the people that come in and just start their crap.
Oh, I would never do that. And I know that I just know that we both love Star Wars, and that's what's most important.
Passion is what it's about, right? So
That's right.
So if err on the side of passion in this particular regard. I think we can at least find that common ground, and I don't think enough people are looking for what their common ground is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So,
all right. Well, it's my bedtime, but I
Sound
will.
Engraver, you have a great evening. Get some good rest. Thank you so much for being here and
You're
encouraging me.
welcome.
You always encourage me so much. I super appreciate that.
Absolutely. Well, you guys too. You guys are wonderful people, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your birthday weekend.
Thank you so much. You
Thank
take care.
you.
Bye
Have a
bye.
great day tomorrow.
Take care, MJ. Bye bye.
Good night.
Okay, guys. Wow, that was some really I had a lot of people jump in here. If there's anyone else that wants to jump in quick on the stream that has a microphone that wants to chat with me directly, by all means go ahead and click on that link. But I'm gonna probably if oh, there you are, James Z, right?
Oh,
Hey,
Yep.
how's it going, man?
good. How are you?
Just fine.
We've all been hanging in here for quite some time.
You came in at the beginning and you're here at the end. How can share with me? What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing great. I've enjoyed listening to everybody, and big fan of the Professor and Sound Engraver, and I love Study Hall. That may be my favorite stream that you guys do.
Really?
Yeah,
Nice.
I like talking. I like talking the business angles of everything, and you guys tend to talk about the ins and outs. Why studios are doing whatnot, and I like that.
So I've gotten the same thing from Sound Engraver. She's made some of the same comments about liking the fact that we take a business and look at things more than everybody's got their opinions and their feelings and what they think about things, but we try to be a little bit objective and talk about business. And it's funny because behind the scenes. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it wasn't coming through very clearly. Let me lean into the mic a little bit. So behind the scenes, Aged Boomer has said to me, he said, and I've been pretty forthcoming about it. A lot of our content, what spurs us on, what gives us the suggestion of what topics to talk about, we get from Midnight's Edge. And I basically said to Aged Boomer, I'm like, you don't even have to listen to us. Just go listen to Midnight's Edge. You don't need to. And he's like, yeah, but we put a different spin on it. And a lot of people have said that too. Yeah, we get some of the same news items as we get from Midnight's Edge, but you guys put a very, very different spin on it. I'm like, okay. I think that people just like to hear me get, passionate. I think that's what it really is. They like poking me and hearing me just flip out a little bit, and that's fine too, I think.
Yeah, I just think we are definitely living in and we're seeing it directly, just a real transition in entertainment and how we get it.
Yep.
And I have my ideas of where it's going. I may or may not be right. But it's just a very interesting time, and I don't see how, like, streaming. I don't see how people are going to pay for more than 3 streaming services a month, maybe not even 2.
And you're talking to exactly. I mean, the Midnight's Edge people have talked about this. I've mentioned this too, and let's face it, anybody who just engages their brains a little bit sees this. There's the laws of supply and demand, are just like evolution. The laws of physics, okay? These the laws of mathematics. These things are incontrovertible. You cannot get away from these things. They are factors that exist that you can work with, but you can't get around. They are absolutes. And when I say something about the business mindset. When I say something like, look, you can alienate all your friends, all your fans, all you want with your identity politics. But if you drive everyone away, you make no money. And when you make no money, your business dies. That you can't get around that. You can like something, you can dislike something, you can feel however you want about it, but there's certain realities that exist. And that's why people did not buy the sequel trilogy toys, but people are just going crazy for Baby Yoda and Mandalorian. It's just a reality. You can't get around it. So we can talk about what we like and what we don't, but we kind of are the fans, and we kind of are the ones that dictate what we will and will not buy. You can't make us like something.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. In the end, the consumer is going to decide. But we are living in a time right now where, the CBS All Access, Peacock Network, they're all stretching the boundaries, testing us, seeing how far we'll go, how much we're willing to pay, and what we're willing to endure and go through to watch their content.
And I feel like this past year, this whole CV situation, lockdowns and all this kind of stuff, this was a stress on the business that they weren't expecting. And all it has done is accelerated and amplified the factors that we're talking about, right? So they were already hurting for viewership, whether it's movies or streaming services or whatever. And when now it's very, very restricted, now only the good stuff is getting any bank. So only The Mandalorian is making any money. Well, The Mandalorian and whatever vintage stuff people love. And Disney is so over a barrel, being in the hole so much, having spent $5 billion on Lucasfilm, and I don't even know how much on Lucasfilm, or excuse me, on 20th Century Fox. They're going, if we want to stay in business, we need to give them more of what they want. Yeah, I know that you want to do your High Republic thing. Shut up. Go do it in an alternate universe. We're focusing on this thing that makes us money. I mean, it just is. It's reality.
Well, I think I have a little bit of a different take on it in that I think the only way these companies are making money is if they get new subscribers. HBO Max is desperate for subscribers.
Sure.
The way that they get them is by pushing out more and more content. And so they will make room for traditional Star Wars with Filoni, but they'll also push the High Republic. Not as much, but they need new eyeballs every month. They need new eyeballs.
So keep in mind, this High Republic has nothing to do with their streaming service. It's comic books and books.
Yeah, but that presentation by Kathleen Kennedy made I think that, and all of her all of the Disney Plus shows that she's in charge of. I mean, they're gonna that High Republic stuff is coming down the pipe.
Yes, it is. However, just like the professor talks about, how many people are actually reading? How many people are going to take the time to buy a book, sit down and read it, and go, oh, I love this High Republic so much. I want action figures of these characters.
Yeah. Oh, you're absolutely right. Yeah. I think it's very interesting what Netflix does, which is that they kind of have a policy that I've read about, that they have policy. They don't really take a series more than 3 or 4 seasons, and then they stop, because in the end, that having a 5th, 6th, 7th season doesn't bring in new viewers. You know,
That's exactly right.
they
And
like to have that new thing like that. What was that tiger thing that happened earlier last year?
oh yeah, I forget what the name of that is. That goofy
Yeah, I
reality
never
thing.
watched it.
But
Heard all about it, but I never watched it.
I kind of mentioned this on study hall last week, but it's like it's the diminishing returns, right? If you're trying to get subscribership, right? This is very different from the 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 cinema model. The cinema model is I want to get as many seats in the theater as possible. The more people I get in the theater, the more money I get. Whereas streaming service is I already have my money up front. I have this many subscribers. I might get a few more in next month, but there is yes, Tiger King. Thank you, Wolf Den Media. There is a maximum number that we're going to get. There's only so many people that are going to subscribe, no matter how successful you are.
Yeah, they're all looking at that what 180 million Netflix has and saying, I want that.
And every month that goes by, you need to keep those subscribers. So you have to hope that what you're doing is good enough that people will say, yeah, I'll keep subscribing. Because I'll tell you, if there comes a month where they go, I've been out of work, I can't leave my house, my budget is low, I have to decide what I'm going to cut and what I can continue to pay for. You know what? I'm not enjoying this show as much as I thought I would. I'm done.
Yeah.
They'll leave you. You know, that's the thing. You build up to a subscribership, and then the idea of keeping them, it's just going to drop from there. You know?
The two trends I think are going to happen in the streaming services is one, the price per month is going to go up. We've already seen it with Netflix. HBO Max is $15 a month, and I think inevitably they are going to go to an advertising model. I hate that idea. I don't like it.
No, you're spot on with that. I have said this many times, and I've actually kind of said it so much I've forgotten that I said it. Back when cable was brand new. Today's my 50th birthday. And no. I'm sorry. Yesterday was my 50th birthday. I just realized how late it is. So I remember when cable was a new thing. You know, we used to call it back when it first started, in quotes, pay TV. And the idea was you were paying for a premium service and there was no commercials. That was a nice thing. And then sure enough, once they had you, okay, now we're going to add commercials. Now we're going to keep you and the commercials. It's that downhill spiral, and it's going to eventually happen with streaming services. You pay for the streaming service, and then you pay for the streaming service, and you have commercials and whatever. But all it does is it forces people to look and say, you know what? I'm paying a premium price. I don't feel like I'm getting a premium service. I'm going to quit you and go to the other guy. You know, what have you done for me lately? That's always the business model. And, you know, it's, I see that right now in the, in quotes, streaming wars. It's the same streaming wars that we've seen with premium cable. We saw it with the cinema. We've seen it. It's the capitalist paradigm. Nothing has changed. There's nothing new under the sun.
Yeah, it's once the advertising and higher prices become standard. I mean, you're just not going to be able to go back. Whoever is the first one to do advertisers is going to lose some subscribers to the other ones, but you know, it's just a matter of time until the other ones.
But how do you do it? How do you do it though?
Yeah.
You do it because you have the content that's like, you know what? I don't like paying a premium service and having commercials, but I gotta see, I don't know what it is, the Tiger Wars or the Mandalorian or whatever it is. I gotta see that show. I'm willing to pay for it. It's what people are willing. It's what the market will bear. It's what the subscriber will pay for. If you've got the cream always rises to the top. If I have good enough content, people will pay for it. And Disney, just like Lucasfilm before it, understands that it's not just having good enough content to get people to pay to see it, but it's also having good enough content that people will pay for the tchotchkes, the toys, the shirts, the lunch boxes, the marketing. That's what Star Wars is. And that is what brought about the change over at Lucasfilm. As soon as they lost the toy sales, when people weren't willing to buy Rose Tico figures, they started going, ooh, we got to think about this.
Yeah, I mean, that's the toys are just that's an easy way for them to make money, and they make a lot of it. And when they're not selling, that gets your stuff canceled.
Yeah, most of the money is in the marketing. Lucasfilm has known this for a long time. We make X amount of money from the movies, and we make, I don't know, 3, 4, 5, 10 times as much on the toys and the posters and the fan club and all of that stuff. I said this about Star Trek when they went to Discovery. I said, it's not just about getting people to subscribe to CBS. It's about getting people to pay to go to the conventions, to dress up in costumes. If you're not a fan addict, as Fan Man says, then you make a few bucks here and then they go on to something else. That's not how you keep that boulder rolling downhill.
And I mean, that's exactly why Disney opened Galaxy's Edge.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they
and that's exactly why we've already, and this isn't even rumor anymore. This has been declared to the public that it's not going to be the sequel trilogy anymore at Galaxy's Edge. It's going to be Mandalorian and all of Star Wars going forward. They're going back to their original model of it's going to be Tatooine, it's going to be the cantina that we saw, because it's been in Star Wars and the prequel trilogy and in Mandalorian. That's what people know. And people show up and go, I don't give a flying fig about Rey and Kylo and Rose Tico. We want Luke Skywalker. We want Baby Yoda. We want, Obi-Wan. And the characters that we saw in the cartoons, Ahsoka, whatever. Where is all that? None of it's there.
Yeah,
I'm so short-sighted of them.
I know I am nowhere near as smart as Bob Iger. You don't get to be in his place being a dummy. But listening to Kathleen Kennedy and saying, no, let's not put a Tatooine in there. Let's not do anything. Let's put in Jakku and all that stuff. That's crazy.
More us than there are behind us. Yeah, and that is the same mentality that they literally spoke to in their movies when they said, let the past die. Kill it if you have to. Well, that's genius. You just spent $5 billion on the past and you're trying to kill it.
Yeah.
Brilliant business move, people.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I mean, I guarantee you the board of Disney did not pay $4 billion plus for Star Wars to George Lucas to not have it to not make movies that go in the theater, to have a bunch of TV programs. That's not why they did it.
Trooper says, LOL, Darth Tico. Now you've got me wanting to do a custom figure. That's funny. That is so funny. Look, and all of the fans are saying, I have nothing against any of the characters they came up with, but you failed in the storytelling. Poe and Finn and even Rey, we wanted to love these characters, but you didn't develop them. You had so much potential and you fell down on them because you weren't focusing on the storytelling. You were focusing on your ideology, and you were saying, we own Star Wars. You're going to love what we give you. And we said, no, we own the money and we decide whether we give it to you or not.
Yeah.
You arrogant SOBs.
I'll tell you what. Two things. One, I was after the Force Awakens. I was really interested in Finn and what his story was.
Right.
I was invested in that, and they totally just Ryan Johnson just totally destroyed it.
Well, in fairness, I mean, I am not going to come to Ryan Johnson's defense, but part of it, a big part of it, was the whole China market thing too.
Yes.
You know, when he comes out and he says, "I was done dirty," you know, and there's a racial aspect to it, I have to look at that and go, you know what? He's not really wrong. I mean, there's a lot of people yelling racism, you know, up and down, and you know, they're just entitled jerks. This is not an example of that. He's dead on when he says, "Hey, you put me in for diversity and then you screwed me." He's absolutely right about that. Just saying.
I mean, I was invested in Finn. I you know, that meta stuff that you're talking about as far as China and everything, I absolutely agree with.
Everybody go ahead.
But I was going to say the other thing that I really liked about Force Awakens, and I think it had one of the most, I would say, Star Wars moments that happens in any of the Star Wars movies, is when Rey called the lightsaber to her. If that had been the first time she had shown any Force ability or anything, and it flew past Kylo Ren, I got chills when I saw that. I thought that was great, and then they didn't do anything with it.
Yep. They did all kinds of setup. Well, that also comes down to, you know, shifting in midstream. You have J.J. Abrams do something, and then you go and you drop him and you go to somebody else. I mean, you know, I feel like, why aren't people out there asking for the JJ cut? You know, go back and do the second movie as JJ would have done it. I'm not holding him up as any kind of paragon, but it couldn't be worse.
Yeah, I've loved JJ's TV shows. I am a big fan of Lost. I am a big fan of Alias, but he knows how to set stuff up. He does not know how to finish it. And that happened again.
I wanna love JJ Abrams, but the fact is, he makes a lot of promises he doesn't follow through on. I saw Lost, you know, Fringe was probably his biggest success.
I love Fringe too.
But he got out of, you know, Fringe ended just in time because it would have unraveled otherwise. I look at Lost and I'm like, wow, great build up. He didn't know how to end it. You know, kind of like, you know, everything else I've seen of him. He's really good at starting something and not finishing it. That's just what I've seen from him.
Yeah.
Not all of that is his fault. Sometimes it's taken away from him, like it was with Star Wars. But I don't see anything from the first movie alone that indicates he was onto something good. He's the guy that had Kylo kill off Han Solo and prevented us from ever having the Han Solo, Princess Leia, Luke Skywalker reunion that we all wanted.
Yeah, I didn't. I have no idea why the people making that didn't see that as something.
Blame Ryan Johnson for that. That was squarely on JJ's.
Could you imagine seeing all three of those in a trailer and just having a screening room just explode with people that they couldn't wait to see an entire film of that? I mean,
and this is why I go. I want to say go round and round, but it's not that dramatic. This is why I kind of disagree with Aged Boomer. Aged Boomer is very much against the de-aging CGI of actors, and I'm like, sometimes it's the only way, you know, and it's the only way we'll ever get that. And they could be totally building up to that. We got Luke Skywalker, right? Kind of sort of had Princess Leia in Rogue One. There is the opportunity to give us that reunion of those characters, but we won't see it for maybe a decade at the rate they're going, right? I don't know.
For me, I just don't think it'll be the same as having the 3 actual actors in there. And
No, you're right. There's no way to do that now, though. You're not. We lost Carrie, right?
Yeah.
Mark Hamill's got to be de-aged. Harrison Ford, you're never going to get back. He does not want to do Star. He only did the last that Force Awakens because he knew he was getting killed off because he wanted to be done with it.
Yeah.
You had your opportunity and you blew it. But the stories are still there. I don't care if you de-age an act, UCG, or if you recast, Sebastian Stan, whatever. I don't care. Those characters deserve their moment. And I'd be totally up for them recasting or doing whatever they need to do if it meant getting the Timothy Zahn trilogy or something of that rewrites our future Star Wars going forward. And I think Disney is happy to do anything that will keep their cash cow going.
Mm-hmm.
I think they learned a very $5 billion lesson on this.
Yeah. I would love to see Sebastian Stan as Luke. I would love to see Michael Fassbender as Thrawn and Keira Knightley as Leia in a Thrawn trilogy. And, you can have other actors too, but I those are kind of who I picture being in that.
I am laughing at what Wolf 10 Media just said here. He said, hire, I don't know who this actor is, Anthony N. Gruber, to do a young Han Solo. If need be, he's got the voice.
He's the guy that they passed over for Solo.
You know who's got the voice, and they've already got him. It's Mark Hamill. He does an incredible Harrison Ford impression. He could totally do it.
That is true. I've heard his impression of Harrison Ford, and he could do it.
And he does. He does. Hey, kid. It's like, oh my gosh, he really does sound like him. He totally could do him. Trooper says, I think Laura Dern, I think Jurassic Park, not Star Wars. Let me tell you something. I struggle with Laura Dern having done Holdo because I loved Laura Dern from her work with David Lynch. I loved her. I loved her in the season 3 of Twin Peaks playing Diane. I loved her in Wild at Heart. She's incredible, but you know what? And I can't blame her as an actress. She played a role.
I mean, it clear. I just as someone who has studied some leadership skills, her leadership lessons of just follow me blindly. Yeah. That just doesn't seem like Rebel or Rebel Alliance material.
No, absolutely not. You need, if you're going to be a leader in the Rebel Alliance, you need to be charismatic because you need to literally be able to give a speech that convinces people to go fight a feudal battle and die for you.
Yep.
That's literally what the rebellion is. Yep. There is no way that Biggs Darklighter or Dak or any of those others that we saw, die in the previous movies would go, yep, I'll get into a fighter and go fight for this person. Nope. They do it for Akbar. They would not do it for Holdo. Would not happen.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
But their whole story was bass backwards. There was no thought there. I don't care if you understand the lore of Star Wars or not. George Lucas wasn't telling this made up thing that he created out of nothing. He was retelling stories that already existed, whether it was Akira Kurosawa or, World War II.
Yeah.
History. He was telling a story that had already been told. It made sense. It worked. Yeah. And unfortunately, these writer hacks don't understand that.
Yeah. George Lucas did nothing unusual more than Thomas Edison did when he invented the light bulb. He built his work on other people's work, or Steve Jobs with the iPhone. Yes, I mean Steve Jobs with the iPhone. I mean he built his work on other people's and synthesized it and put it together. That's what George Lucas did, and that's what writers and everyone should continue to do. I would imagine Sound Engraver would say the same thing, is that she makes her new music based on what she's learned from other people.
Yeah, you're not reinventing the wheel. It's based on someone else's foundation that's been laid down. Trooper brings up Captain Phasma. That's another great example. We mentioned Finn, we mentioned Poe. Phasma's another one. Great characters. You want your diversity, you want your female character. She was a great potential female villain, and you did nothing with her. Nothing.
Yeah,
and we all wanted to see that. And it's been how almost 30 years. We're only just now starting to get some of the good Boba Fett story that we wanted. Do we have to wait 30 years to find out more about Phasma? That's just crazy. That's just ridiculous, Matthew Flynn points out Keira Knightley in The Phantom Menace.
That's right. Yeah.
Playing, the doppelganger for Queen Amidala. There are actors out there that are Sebastian Stan, we mentioned as being the spitting image of a young Mark Hamill. There are actors out there that you could be casting that you would look at and go, did they just de-age that actor? No, they just happen to look a great deal like them. For crying out loud, the talent is out there. Start doing it. And I've mentioned this in study halls, and I'm going to mention it again going forward, that the paradigm for filmmaking has changed. They don't have the budget to work with, so they've got to start finding ways to cut costs. And a great way to do that, go out there and find the talent that is new, that no one's ever heard of before, that is exactly what you need, and quit paying the multi-million dollars to these hacks that aren't as good as their paychecks, that aren't necessarily the best cast for the roles. Just saying.
Yeah, I much prefer when you're casting things like this. Give me a new face that I haven't seen before. Don't try and stick Brad Pitt into something. Because all I'm going to do is look at him as Brad Pitt.
Don't even get me started on the Anne Rice stories. I mean,
Are you spilling all your Sunday stuff now?
Nah, not really. I'm probably getting more details in about stuff that I'm only going to be able to touch on when we start on Sunday. But I will say this. I don't know, Z. Did you see? Did you listen to the live stream today from the Midnight's Edge group?
Yeah. While I was at work, I put them on the noon show.
Yeah, they were basically talking about. I forget the bloke. I think his name was Tom something. The British guy who. Greg. Greg. Thank you. He was talking about just wastefulness. How the anecdote he tells is a story that they were a film they were doing where a girl's in a bathtub and she needed to have bubble bath, and they had this expensive machine that was supposed to make foam that they would shoot into the tub, and it broke down. And he's like, do you have the juice that makes the bubbles? Yeah, pour it into the tub. And then they poured it into the tub, and he just mixed it around with his hands. He goes, there you go, done. And they were like, who did this? I did. Come here, help me agitate this to make some foam. And for nothing, for almost no cost, they were able to do what was costing them hundreds, thousands of dollars with this expensive machine. Yeah, there is a lot of that happening in studios these days. A simple, cheap, practical effect where it just takes a rubber band and popsicle sticks to make something happen, which is how Star Wars was first made. And now you want to do everything with the expensive CG. And it's like, no, you can't do everything in post-production. Sometimes you just got to get the shot, and the shot is done best when you got a Muppet instead of a CG? You know,
Yeah.
just get it shot and do it.
I'll tell you, the series that I may like most right now, and that I'm looking forward to seeing the next one, are the Mission Impossible movies, because Tom Cruise will absolutely do anything and do it practical, and in order to entertain me, and I will support that every day.
Absolutely. And how are you? Is it about the story? Is it about the special effects? Is it about the polish, or is it just good story? It's good story every time. Any storyteller will tell you that. That's what Star Wars was based on. We overlook the continuity errors. There's a little bit of problem with the special effects. It's not quite perfect. It's not quite polished because the story's there. That's what makes it for you. I don't know. I mean, I think I've gone on too long about. I did want to address. Leia Plus Size says, I would ask, but maybe I will leave the Anne Rice stories alone. But I do love her books. Yes, there's a perfect example. Great books, not necessarily the best interpretation when you get it to screen. It's about the writing. It's not always about the execution. If the execution doesn't live up to the story, it's not that great.
Yeah, I am far more entertained by a good story than I am by special effects.
Yep. And again,
even poor acting I can excuse to some extent.
Right? Isn't that exactly the way that was something else that the Midnight's Edge guys were talking about today? They were like, a good story can outlast bad story, bad acting, or bad special effects, but the best actors and the best special effects will not save a poorly written story.
Yeah, I'll tell you one of my favorite books that I've ever read, and I've read it 9-10 times now, is Dune. And I know it's a wonderful story, and I know every interpretation that's been on screen has not had the best special effects and has not had the best acting, but I'll watch those over and over again, and I'm going to watch the next one.
Yeah, both of the versions of Dune that I've seen, the sci-fi version and the David Lynch version, neither one is perfect, but both have elements that I really, really love. And I really do hope that this next one does well. A lot of fans are very concerned that if they release it on a streaming service and not in the theaters, it won't do well enough financially to merit a sequel.
Oh, yeah.
That's something else about going on different Sundays, but yeah.
That's the other thing about streaming services, is that all of these directors who are used to having $200 million budgets, that's out the window. All of these actors who are used to getting $10 million plus points, that's gone. That's out the window.
Yep. These actors, I'll be honest with you, I would argue that's what happened to Johnny Depp. It's not just the behind the scenes and the SJW and the his court case and all that. That's part of it, but I think they're using it as excuse for, Johnny, you're just too expensive. We can't afford you anymore in this modern world. I think we're seeing a lot of that. That's why they got rid of him and kept his ex-wife. His ex-wife isn't going to be around much longer either, because she's more a liability than she is a cheap paycheck.
Yeah.
Just my supposition, to be honest.
Yeah, they're just not going to be investing. I mean, a director's vision is out the window if it's not cost effective. Right now, if you can make $2 billion on an Avengers Endgame, they'll give you $350 million to play with.
Yep. But we're also seeing some of the movies, this Joker film, right?
Love Joker. Loved it.
I haven't seen it, but I will speak to the business end of it. It did very, very well on a very, very low budget. Mm-hmm. So if you can make a lot of money with a low investment, that's moneymaker. Let's do more of that. So I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of that going forward. You're going to start seeing, okay, so we can't afford this actor, but we need to do this story. Let's do an audition. Okay, you're going to make scale, but we're going to turn you into a big star. Okay, great. You know, that's how we got Harrison Ford. That's how we got Carrie Fisher. That's how we got Mark Hamill. That's how we got Christopher Reeve. That's how we got all of the people that we love. They were nobodies, and then they did something because they were talented and low budget.
Yeah, that is absolutely correct. They had a great story, and then they found an actor to embody that. It wasn't, hey, I'm making a vehicle film for Will Smith. And there's a place for that, but not when you're trying to tell a story.
It's like, engage your heads, executives. Think this through. Okay, when you look at who was up for Superman, and you see names like Paul Newman and Robert Redford, think about that. Can you imagine if the Christopher Reeve Superman films had the first one had starred Robert Redford? Yeah. That would be a very different movie and not as good a one, in my opinion. Yeah. Great actor, not right for the role.
Which, by the way, that film, the first hour of that film, I consider to be the most perfect superhero movie. Right up until he gets to Metropolis, that is the way you do a superhero origin movie.
And why does it fall apart after that?
The cartoonish villains. As soon as I hear that music with Ned Beatty, it just takes me out of it. Yeah, because they don't establish them as credible threats,
right?
And that's always bugged me.
But it's not only that. And Netter's giving me grief that we're going on 5 hours. I'll be wrapped pretty soon.
Sorry, Netter.
Not only that either. You know the whole story behind the fact that Richard Donner had the two movies planned out together, and they decided we're going to get rid of Richard Donner and bring in Richard Lester, and now we're going to take the two movie arc and we're going to chop it up, and you end up with problems. And that's studios inserting themselves and kind of shooting themselves in the foot. And we see it happen today. We see it happen then. Nothing's changed. Yeah. Right?
There's always going to be this push-pull between studios and studio execs. Why do they make movies? They make movies to make money. Why do directors and actors make movies? They do it because they love their characters, or they're meeting some sort of creative need inside of them.
That is not a problem. So many people are like, "Oh, Disney, all they care about is money." Good. Let them care about the money, because if they care about the money, then we get what we want, right? Yeah. So get out of your own way. Focus on what makes you the money and give us what we want. Don't get lost in the weeds. Don't focus on ideology. Don't second guess the people that know what they're doing. Give us what we're asking for,
Yeah. And then that tension between the two, that's the magic of where movie making is that sometimes that tension produces something great, and sometimes when one wins over the other, you get a Wonder Woman 1984 or something.
Yep.
And
we'll be talking more about that one on Sunday too. Hey, Z, thank you so much for coming on tonight. I'm gonna go even further and say, Boomer, I don't know if you're still in the stream, but if you listen to this later on, anything happens to me, I'm starting to think this Zootopia guy might be the guy for you to go to for an alternate sidekick for your show. Just saying.
Well, thank you, Troy. I appreciate that. And before you let me go, I just want to say hi to Netter. I always look for whenever I come in and put a comment on the screen for you to say hi back to me and call me Hun. So I always enjoy that.
I always try to say hi to everybody that comes into the streams, because I think it is encouraging,
It is. And she's, my supporter. She's my cheerleader. And she's got my back when I can't be focusing on all the comments. She's there for me. So, yep, she's good.
it always gives me a little warm feeling in my heart. So thank you for that.
That's what I say too.
Oh, you're welcome.
So thanks, buddy. I super appreciate it. I'm going to kick you loose and then kind of wrap down the show. Thank you for being here, my friend.
Thank you. Happy birthday again.
Take care.
Bye.
So that's our show for tonight, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Oh my gosh, what a crazy! Oh my gosh, we are at 4.75 hours. My gosh, and don't expect me to break this up and re-release it like Boomer does.
I did tell you he was a talker.
Yes, and but you know what? It's I just appreciate y'all coming out here to just encourage me tonight. You guys really did. Thank you guys so much. Make sure that you come back to Netter's channel on Saturday for
Batteries Not Included.
For a movie called Batteries Not Included. Guys, go out I don't know where it's at. Go out and find it. She wants to introduce you guys to a movie that a lot of people have forgotten about. She enjoys it. Let's check it out.
Part of the reason I'm using that one is because we have over 1,000 movies. And because it's sometimes you're just like, okay, what movie can I do? What movie can I do? I was like, you know what? I'm just going to start in the top corner and go across, find the ones I like, and do those. So Batteries Not Included is first because even though it starts with a B, it actually starts with an asterisk, which puts it before the numbers.
Yep. So that's the rewatch on Saturday. Sunday, of course, Age of Boomers channel. More of basically what we were talking about tonight. I don't know if we got any weeb watches going on. Wolfie, if you're still in the chat and you want to, let everybody know, let them know. Monday, Sound Engraver. Tuesday, Catholic Bible Geek and maybe Fan Man. Wednesday, Green Lion Girl and soundtracks with Birdman. Thursday, Catholic Bible Geek and maybe Fan Man, who knows. Friday, possibly Fan Man. Don't know what else is going on. That'll bring us around to Saturday again. And I think I've already outstretched where we were. So that's the week in review. Guys, thank you so much. You guys have encouraged me so much and made me feel really awesome on my birthday. You made my birthday. Thank you guys so much. Netter, any last things you want to share?
Oh, like Troy was saying, we appreciate you guys so much. I mean, you're family to us. So, you guys being here tonight to help us celebrate his birthday was just really wonderful. Thank you so much. It was really encouraging.
Right. Professor Geek family. That's what y'all are. So thank you so much. See you tomorrow night for the rewatch. See you Sunday night for study hall. Take care, everybody. Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Love you.